Madam Mayor, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Costa Mesa. Welcome to the Costa Mesa City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. At this time, I will call the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. And it is time for the National Anthem and Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, the National Anthem will be performed by Newport Harbor High School student and member of the vocal music program, Kira Wilkes. And then special thanks to Newport Harbor Vocal Music Director, Jeffrey Ledon, for coordinating this recording with city staff. Immediately following the national anthem, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, or please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Reynolds. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkes, and special thanks to Newport Harbor Vocal Music Director, Jeffrey Ledon. That was a beautiful song, so thank you so much. And at this time, we will also now have a moment of solemn expression led by Pastor Hanson from Newport Mesa Church. Pastor Hanson, are you on?
I am on. Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Father, I thank you that you've given us an opportunity to partner with you and to govern. It matters because people matter to you. We recognize that. Lord, I pray that you would give us divine wisdom as we navigate complicated issues that people disagree on. Pray that you would continue to give us care and compassion, Lord, not just for each other, but for the people that these policies impact. And finally, Lord, I just pray for the leadership of our city, for our firefighters, for our policemen, for our city workers. Lord, this last year has been traumatic. There's been a lot of trauma, and I just pray for them, Lord, that they would be healthy and that you would help them get to a space where, Lord, they feel like they are thriving again as they've had to put on a face and serve the public. I know that there are probably lots of things they're going through. And so, Lord, we just pray that you would heal marriages, heal souls, heal the areas of their lives where they are struggling. I just pray a special blessing over those who have been so diligently serving us this last year. We commit tonight to you, Lord, in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Green, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Chavez,
Present.
Councilmember Gamaros,
Present.
Councilmember Harlan,
Present.
Councilmember Harper,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Here.
Mayor Foley.
Present. Okay, we have 4 presentations tonight. The first is a presentation by,
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. May we please have closed
yes.
session?
My apologies, you did text me to do that and I forgot. Ms. Barlow, will you please give us the closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. There was a lot of discussion on the items in closed session. On the first 4 items, direction was given to staff by the council. I don't have the items properly here. On item number 5 and number, is it 6 or 7, Brenda? The initiation. Do you remember?
Number 7.
7, thank you. The council was requested to give, to ratify the cross complaint that was filed in the insight psychology case, and to give direction to the city manager and city attorney to work with outside counsel to move forward with nuisance abatement actions relating to group home operators who have already been engaged with the city in litigation. And that motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, with Councilmember Gamero seconding, and that was approved on a 7-0 vote. On the remaining items in closed session, the council gave direction. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow. Okay, and now we have 4 presentations, and the first presentation will be from Ms. Susan Reese from the Orange County Human Relations for our annual update. Ms. Reese?
Thank you, Mayor Foley and council members and Ms. Farrell Harrison, Chief Glass, and community members. I'm Susan Reese, and with me tonight is Sime Ye. We are here tonight to report on some of the work our nonprofit organization, OC Human Relations, has done in the city of Costa Mesa over the last year. And we have already presented you with copies of our annual report. I think you have them there. So I'm going to turn it over to Sime for a couple minutes.
Good evening, and thank you. I would like to reiterate taking the time and giving us the time and opportunity to speak with you today. And going back into OC Human Relations, we believe that all people have a right to live free from discrimination and violence. We provide programs to create safe and respectful communities. OC Human Relations partners with cities to manage challenging issues such as the city of Costa Mesa. And we want to manage challenging issues such as the lack of civil discourse, meaningful participation of all residents in the decision-making process, and building positive relationships between police and residents. For example, during this time of crisis, we are supporting households through mediation, and we have seen a rise in family and neighbor-neighbor conflicts as the pandemic has significantly changed the way we engage with each other in homes and communities. In 2020, unfortunately, the spread of COVID-19 has paralleled an increase in hate incidents and crimes against people perceived to be of Asian heritage. Additionally, the death of George Floyd sparked a pivotal moment in the current civil rights movement and has highlighted the need to support that we've received since we've received a tidal wave of requests to help facilitate brave conversations and deliver presentations and implicit bias training to address diversity, equity, and inclusion. Together, we are pleased to announce that we have created and launched Orange County Together that will offer training series for corporate and nonprofit organizations. And in recent years, we have also worked to design and lead forums on interfaith work and civility. And with that, I would like to turn it back over to Susan Reese to give a little bit more on our City Dues program.
So the support we give to Costa Mesa and other cities in Orange County is possible in large part because of the City Dues program. The program was developed about 30 years ago to go with the City Managers Association. cities across the county can make per capita contribution to our nonprofit, and we usually send a bill that's offering for you to pay for it, so that we're able to maintain our capacity to respond and support cities when we're needed. We hope that the City of Costa Mesa will not hesitate to reach out at times when our expertise can help your city, and we don't require that you pay dues for that help. We're pleased to share how we worked with residents in Costa Mesa our last fiscal year, which was 1920. We've done more than 50 court intake cases, community intake cases, and police community mediations in the courts or community where one of the parties was a resident of the City of Costa Mesa. In collaboration with the County of Orange, local law enforcement agencies, schools, community organizations, and residents, we documented hate crimes and incidents in your town. 5 hate crimes were documented and 6 hate incidences. We had 2 Costa Mesa youths attend our Human Relations Ambassadors program, and 3 youths attended our Youth Leadership Institute in fiscal 2019-2020. In conclusion, in the past, OC Human Relations has appreciated your city's membership in the City Dues program, which supports schools and cities in building safe, respectful communities, addresses community conflict and strife, and sustains a human relations infrastructure to serve cities when crisis situations occur. Together, we're contributing to a safe and respectful county and building the important relationships that can be called upon in times of tension and turmoil should they come. And we thank you very much for allowing us to present our annual report to you. We're pretty proud of the work we've done, actually.
Thank you, Ms. Reese, and thank you for all of your good work. And thank you for reminding us. I know that I think 2 years ago, the council voted to join again and continue paying our membership dues. And I'm not sure if during the pandemic we had a delay or a stall on that. So I'll look into that for you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for all the good work. I know that it's a difficult time right now and you're a great resource. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Okay, our next presentation is a proclamation for Women's History Month. As we celebrate Women's History Month 2021, let's remember the women across America and here locally whose suffrage, determination, and sacrifice secured opportunities, reforms, and acceptance for women at work, to the highest offices in public service, in our military, in faith-based leadership, as scientists and medical professionals, at home, and more. Silence is not an option. So women, while diverse in backgrounds and experiences, will continue to join together using our unique voices to bring about change, justice, and equal opportunities for all. Whereas
despite the interruption by COVID-19, celebration of women's historic achievements and sacrifices in winning the 19th Amendment will not be silenced. Suffragists also faced a deadly virus and a war while trying to secure for women the right to vote. Let their strength, perseverance, and determination be our inspiration. And whereas the roots of Women's History Month traces its origins back to March 8th, 1857, when women from various New York City factories staged a protest over working conditions. And whereas in February 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued the first presidential proclamation declaring the week of March 8th, 1980 as National Women's History Week. And whereas in 1987, the National Women's History Project petitioned Congress to pass Public Law 100-9, designating the month of March 1987 as Women's History Month. And between 1988 and 1994, Congress passed additional resolutions authorizing the president to proclaim March of every year as Women's History Month. And whereas the National Women's History Alliance is extending the annual theme for 2021 to Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced. And
Whereas the city of Costa Mesa is committed to recognizing the achievements of our city's women trailblazers, such as former mayors Norma Herzog-Wagner, who was the first councilwoman and mayor for the city of Costa Mesa in 1977, Libby Cohen as the first LGBTQ plus woman selected as mayor from 2000 to 2001, and Karen Robinson as the first African-American woman selected as mayor in 2003. Mayor Katrina Foley, our city's first and only pregnant planning commissioner and directly elected woman mayor, Arliss Reynolds and Andrea Marr as the first elected Latina councilwomen, with special recognition to Mayor Pro Tem Marr as the first woman veteran on city council, Kim Barlow as the first woman appointed as city attorney, Lorianne Farrell Harrison as the first woman appointed to the city manager position since 1953, Costa Mesa Police Department officer Joyce LaPointe as the first woman to reach the rank of captain, and Costa Mesa Fire Department engineer Cinnamon Basco as the first woman hired as a firefighter. We will continue to support the advancement of future generations of women leaders in our community.
And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Katrina Foley of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2021 to be Women's History Month in the City of Costa Mesa, and call upon all Costa Mesa residents to observe this month and pay tribute to the women who enrich our society through civic action and dedication to community, innovation, peace, and prosperity. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have an amazing woman that we're going to celebrate and recognize, and that is our outgoing chair of our Parks Commission, Liz McNabb. Liz was on our Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission, and for 3 years of service to the City of Costa Mesa. Through her service, she has displayed excellence in the community engagement, public service, and leadership. Her dedication has served to better the development and progress for the citizens of the City of Costa Mesa. And I know that Liz works tirelessly in our community. She was the district coordinator for Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie-Norris, and we have, I think, a video from Assemblywoman Petrie-Norris.
Good evening. This is Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie-Norris. It's a pleasure to join you tonight and an honor to present a resolution from the California State Assembly to Liz McNabb in recognition of her years of service to the County of Orange and to the state of California. Liz was the very first member of my team. It's been such a pleasure to work beside her to serve the residents of Costa Mesa and the entire 74th Assembly District. Liz has a long history of community service, both here in Costa Mesa as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, and also as a former board member and board chair of the Community Action Fund of Planned Parenthood of Orange and San Bernardino counties, and of course also as a longtime volunteer in many of our local schools. Last year, the Patch recognized Liz as a person who brings happiness to Newport Mesa. And I know that for me and for so many in our community, that description is spot on. Each and every week, constituents reach out just to let me know how much Liz has helped them. And the handwritten thank you notes that we receive in the office really are a testament, Liz, to your hard work, your dedication, and your commitment to our community. Liz is always focused on bringing hope and joy. Just last fall, she spearheaded our office's turkey drive in partnership with 1OC, and we were able to provide 1,200 Thanksgiving turkeys and meals to needy families right here in our community. Our annual Veteran of the Year ceremony was Liz's brainchild and gave our office an opportunity every year to honor the veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country and give so much to our community. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, Liz sprang into action and she coordinated 4 blood drives with the American Red Cross. She also organized dozens of virtual town halls and brought local and statewide experts so that we were able to provide much needed information to the public. It's so appropriate that we're recognizing Liz at the start of Women's History Month, because Liz herself really is a role model and an inspiration for young women and girls all across our community. And she's also helped me organize events to honor extraordinary women across Orange County in partnership with the Women's Legislative Caucus. Liz, we wish you so much success and happiness in your next adventure as the co-owner of Voice over IP Engineering, LLC. Thank you for giving so much of yourself to make our community a better, a stronger, and a more joyful place.
Thank you. And there she is. my favorite thing, all those things are true. And Liz is amazing, and she gives and gives and gives. But what I love about Liz is that she's always smiling and she's always laughing with that big, beautiful laugh. And she loves to play tennis and stay active. And she's just a great, I think, role model for how to stay happy in all the chaos. So thank you, Liz, for all your years of volunteerism here in Costa Mesa, both in the schools and in our local government. And we will miss you on the Parks Committee. Who's going to replace you with taking all the pictures with the funny hats and flags?
I think that Charlene and Cassius will continue on the tradition, certainly. And, you know, it's so kind of everyone to give me this opportunity to receive. I got this beautiful assembly resolution from Assemblywoman Petrie Norris, and I believe that there is an additional one from the city, and I'm just very grateful. You know, things have been very challenging in this last year, and so I think it's really lovely to take an opportunity to thank all of those on the city staff who have done so many great things for us. But I also want to definitely thank you, Mayor Foley, as being an inspiration. You know, we've been friends now for 20 years, and so much has changed. You know, I thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your friendship. Things have really changed for the better in Costa Mesa since you have taken the helm as mayor, and these last two council majorities have done great things. So, you know, it's wonderful to see what partnership can do together. In my position as the Assemblywoman's district coordinator, I got to work with 6 different cities and see how they all operate. And let me tell you, the Costa Mesa City Council and city staff are amazing allies. It was wonderful to work on projects with all of you because I knew that they would come to fruition because we all had a shared goal and purpose. And that is the power of good governance. And I think that for us here that value that and understand how impactful it can be in people's lives, it makes a big difference. Projects like the Donald Duncan Library, the Bridge Shelter, Lions Park, the new Perez Park, so many projects. There are so many great things going on in our city, and thanks to this wonderful council and staff. And so, you know, I would just like to take an opportunity to say thank you for working with me, letting me be part of the Costa Mesa team and family. It's been an amazing experience, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to serve with you. So with that, I would just like to say, stay well. Thank you. Good night, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. With that, on that positive note, we're going to move to one of our challenging items. Ms. Farrell Harrison, I know that we are hopefully going to have some good news in our next presentation, which is a Smart and Final update to be presented by Steve Polinsky, Regional Manager. But first, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council, and good evening to everyone who's joining us this evening. I did want to just make a few remarks before we turn it over to Steve, the Regional Manager for Smart and Final, just about some of the efforts that the city has taken as well to address some of the concerns that have been raised by our residents. As you know, Mr. Stephen Chan has submitted multiple complaints to you, our council, here during our public comment, but also offline to our code enforcement and to our police department employees regarding the activities and daily operations at the Smart and Final store location. Basically, the complaints have been from him and from a couple of other residents that the activities disturb the peace and quiet of the adjacent residents, both inside and outside of their homes. Obviously, this is something that we would want to look into and take very seriously. At the last meeting, we talked about sort of a five-pronged approach that we've taken to address some of these concerns. Steve will also speak to the specifics from Smart and Final, but I just wanted to repeat for your benefit, some of the actions that we've taken as staff, and in addition to what Smart and Final will be presenting this evening. And so I just wanted to share yet again that immediately following the first notice of this at the council meeting in December, we immediately sprung into action to address the concerns from the residents. We re-engaged our relationship with the Smart and Final management, the store manager, the regional manager, and began ongoing meetings there on a bi-weekly basis to identify ways to reduce noise, talk about the concerns from our residents, talk about some of the employee concerns that have been raised as well, to basically start moving the needle forward. We also did some outreach to the community and to the adjacent homes, and went to 20 of the different homes there with our code enforcement staff and knocked on doors to talk to people and get to a sense of how they felt about Smart and Final in terms of their good neighbor practices. And we were able to actually make contact with 11 of the 20 residents. About 50% were able to engage with us during that time. 2 of the 11 expressed concern about Smart and Finals, but 9 of the others had other city issues that they wanted us to engage in a conversation about. And so basically 2 of the 11 that we engaged with had concerns about Smart and Final. We've also started to make our own independent analysis, if you will, of the situation. And so I wanted to share with you a little bit more information this time than what I provided last time on staff's engagement as it relates to the investigation that was conducted by our own staff, independent of Smart and Final. We went out there for 3 dates, December 8th, the 9th, and the 10th. At 4 a.m., 8 a.m., and at noon, and took 418 different instances of readings there to be able to determine whether there was any noise that was in violation of our noise ordinance. There are 5 different standards and conditions that we tested against, and in none of those instances was there anything that was more than 30 minutes that related to Smart and Final operations. And so while there was some sustained noise, it was more of the ambient noise or noise from other neighboring cars and other equipment and things like that that were unrelated to Smart and Final. And so our staff did go out there to perform that as well. But one of the other steps that we're going to take is also to engage in an independent analysis, and we've entered into a contract with someone to be able to give us an independent third-party objective review with more calibrated equipment, more sophisticated readings to determine if there's additional work that we need to do with Smart and Final in this regard. And so, as you can tell, we've been very much engaged with Smart and Final on this. We're happy to have Steve this evening to be able to speak to some of the steps that they've taken. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Steve, and so happy that you have the opportunity to join us tonight.
All right, thank you. And I just want to let you know that my last name is not D8. That's my district for Orange County. So just in case you're wondering about that, I'm not like a Star Wars fanatic or something. So anyway, I'll get into it. So good evening, City of Costa Mesa Council members. My name is Steve Polinsky. I'm the district manager for Smart and Final, covering all 22 stores in Orange County. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time tonight to give you an update and some insight on Smart and Final operations overall, and specifically our Costa Mesa location. I would like to provide a brief history of this location. This Costa Mesa store on 19th Street was previously operated by Stater Brothers. In 1989, Smart and Final relocated to this 19th Street location from its original location on Industrial Way where we had operated for about 20 years. With that said, we've been a Costa Mesa business for over 50 years. We hire local residents from the community and consider our business a crucial and essential operation, not only for household customers, but for business customers as well. The Costa Mesa store currently employs approximately 50 associates, like I said, mostly hired from the local community. I personally managed the Costa Mesa location for 5 years and built relationships with many of the frequent business customers, such as Johnny from Frank's Philadelphia, John, the legendary owner of Zuby Restaurants, the brothers who started Wahoo's first restaurant on Placentia right around the corner from our business, and now have over 60 locations. I actually ran into Diane, the owner of Side Street Cafe on Newport Boulevard this morning while I was at the store. Smart and Final is and was critical to the success of these businesses by supplying unique items needed for their businesses. Over the years, we've added a lot of household-sized grocery, allowing us to better serve the local households as well. Smart and Final is here not only to serve our customers, but to give back to the communities where we operate. In the last couple of years, since I've been in charge of Orange County, we've donated approximately $100,000 to communities and about $10,000 to Costa Mesa sports and other nonprofit organizations. Smart and Final is one of the major sponsors of the White House in Anaheim, where Chef Bruno cooks 300 to 400 pounds a day of pasta, feeding approximately 25,000 children and families every week. When one of their pasta machines broke down last year, Smart and Final not only donated one new machine, but two. When they were running low on pasta sauce because of the supply issues during the peak of the pandemic, we donated 10 pallets of pasta sauce. In 2020, Smart and Final stores in Orange County donated 300,000 pounds of food to Feeding America program. We also have annual fundraisers for Olive Crest and Kids for Hope, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for each organization. Our goal in conducting business is also to be the best neighbor possible. Specifically at our Costa Mesa location, we've been strict on receiving hours no earlier than 7 a.m. and we close the back roll-up door before 8 p.m. and nobody enters that area after that during the evening. We've communicated to all delivery companies to not even enter the receiving area until 7 a.m. I can tell you I was extremely embarrassed when I saw the video back in December and want you to know that it was not taken lightly. Not only did I discuss with the store management, but I've made it a point of discussion every time I visit the store. Associates involved were counseled and received follow-up training. I've had personal conversations with most of the associates regarding the back of the store or outside receiving area and how important it is to be as quiet as possible in respect to our neighbors. We receive many delivery companies early in the morning through the front door, such as bread, chips, tortillas, and ice, so we can be ready and in stock for our customers when we open our doors at 6 a.m. Larger deliveries come in through the back of the store, which is standard for any grocery store operation. We do our best to get the trucks in and out as quickly as possible, as that also helps us with our efficiencies at the store. We've asked for drivers to shut off their engines as soon as possible upon parking and ask them to be as quiet as possible when unloading product. I'm in the process of ordering signs that say no receiving before, say, 7 a.m., no idling engines, quiet zone signs for the storage area so that all of our vendors, merchandisers, salesmen, anyone that enters that area sees those signs when they walk in the back. A few delivery companies, specifically milk, need to keep their refrigeration units running, not the semi-engines, but the refrigeration units on the trailers, while the door is open to maintain temperatures inside the trailer to maintain product integrity. But we do our best to get them unloaded as quickly as possible. In summary, we're proud of our store and we strive to serve our customers in the Costa Mesa community. We've taken extraordinary measures at this store to minimize noise and any other impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Our store manager makes it a point of monitoring the receiving area in the store to ensure that every effort is made to operate the store in a manner that does not disrupt the neighbors. Finally, this store is a very high priority for me as well, and I'm always available to discuss any issues and to consider any reasonable suggestions that are made to us. Thank you for allowing me to present at tonight's meeting. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here to present, and also we appreciate you partnering with our city team to solve some of these community concerns. Council, are there any questions? Okay, Councilmember Shatter.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm in District 4 where your store is located, so thank you so much for coming on today and honestly doing and going above and beyond to address concerns we raised. Don't have much questions to ask, just want to extend the hand and say, let's keep this partnership going. Obviously, you're behind a few homes, and it's always going to cause some disturbances for the residents, but I think as long as we have open communication for anything that may come up, I think we'll be good going forward. And I do appreciate all you're doing so far to make sure the noise gets kept to a minimum for our residents. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, we will move on, and we appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Okay, at this time, we will have public comments. Public comments related to items not on our agenda will be heard at this time, and each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. If you'd like to speak to items that are not on our agenda, please use the hand raise option on your screen. If you're joining the meeting from a telephone and you would like to speak, please press *9 on your telephone to raise your hand, and then *6 when prompted to begin speaking. If you would like, if you need assistance, you can contact our city staff. Also, to follow up with any items, you can email our city clerk your contact information at cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. That's cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. So the first speaker up is Ms. Abraham.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Henny Abraham, and I wanted to ask a question for clarification mostly. As we all know, Mayor Foley is a candidate for the Board of Supervisor, and with the election being 7 days away, there's a good chance that our mayor will become District 2's supervisor. Now, my question is, will we have a special election to elect our next mayor, or will the council, who has 3 brand new council members on it, appoint a new mayor? I have been in talks with some of the council members. I have reached out to previous mayors, and I've been reading Measure EE written by former mayors Mansinger and Rickmeyer, and I just want a clarification as why a elected seat that has gone into measure for it to be elected would become an appointed seat. Now, I have been told that it would cost too much, something around $300,000 to run a special election. But we do have a $53 million reserve in 2020. If somebody can clarify for me, that would be great. I just want a clarification of what will happen to Costa Mesa, if and when Mayor Foley will be out of office. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker. Well, it doesn't look like we have any other speakers. If you'd like to speak at this time, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, speaker ending in 698. You can press *9.
Hello, council members. This here is Steve Chan. And I think, well, first, let's just go straight to the internet as to what just occurred with the Smart and Final presentation. That's what we call a dog and pony show. So we'll go straight to the Urban Dictionary, the top definition for a dog and pony show. It's an elaborate act of bullshit generally used to distract attention away from the sheer uselessness of the actual act. And in fact, it was sheer uselessness. Nothing has changed. I would like to remark on a new practice that seems to be gaining traction at that store. Y'all got a Tesla vehicle. Well, their vendors get an electric pallet jack. So nowadays, the vendors show up and they got to charge their lift equipment. And meanwhile, they got a motor running that's vibrating the houses 50 feet away. If it's the milk truck, most of the time we take a look at what's going on there. That milk is not in the cooler. It's not in the truck. It's out on a pallet out of doors. And that is just kind of crazy behavior. It's just like the same outfit was sued by nearly every county in the state. And was mandated by the judge to beep their trash because they had abused the waste disposal laws. So we hear those beeps 50 feet away. We're listening to them beep their trash, bang their carts. There has been no mitigation to this day. So we don't see any of the claimed actions by either the city or the this outfit. You should really be given the same airtime to Northgate Markets or El Matadi. Let them come up and get free airtime. Why are you giving this this outfit that is corrupt this airtime? It's just amazing to me. It should have been agendized. It should have had its own public comment section, as opposed to being lumped in like this. That is just a travesty of what the preferential treatment that you all just give this outfit. It's just amazing. I guess the one thing that's been concerning to me, I'm hearing a lot of stuff on the grapevine. Mayor Foley, are you berating our representatives so that we don't get represented? Are you screaming at planning commissioners and council members from us poor districts so that we don't have a voice? Please stop. Thank you.
Seeing no further public comments, I will close public comment. And at this time, it is time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. Council member Harper, we'll start with you.
Hi, hello, Costa Mesa and staff. I wanted to real briefly. Well, first I want to. We all of us attended, and the council attended community outreach meetings regarding housing elements. And before a few weeks ago, I didn't know what housing elements were, but I understand now it's a requirement by the state of California to add a certain amount of housing to the city of Costa Mesa. In the last 8-year cycle, the state defined that we should add 2 houses for our city. And now in this cycle, they've defined that we should add 11,733 houses. And I don't know if a lot of people know that. And I don't think a lot of people knew what housing elements were and knew that we were having these community meetings. So first, I want to compliment Jennifer Lee and her staff for doing a really nice job presenting and processing those meetings. And the people that showed up, they were active, and I appreciate them showing up. But unfortunately, input we get, at least in District 1, we had 15 participants, I believe, and probably 2 to 3 of them were really active. Not a criticism of them or our staff. I don't think our community knows, or we did a good job of communicating to the community what's happening, both in the flyer that we sent out and the fact that we didn't go door to door with the flyer. I think we advertised on the city website and on social media to some extent. So I think the input from the community was good, but it's just not broad enough. I don't think 15 represents our feelings regarding the housing element. A bigger issue for me is I'm noticing that there are some cities, including Fullerton, La Habra, Laguna Niguel, Yorba Linda, that are passing resolutions to demand greater control over our local housing than being dictated those housing numbers by the state. So I hope maybe my fellow council members can comment on this, or maybe we can look forward to some kind of resolution to support that, or at least have that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I'll pick up right there at the housing element, and Councilmember Harper, I hear your comments and just want to encourage you that it's progress. We're making progress. There's a lot of emphasis in this housing element process on outreach, and we're there's natural challenges to really good outreach and engagement, and that's just exacerbated by COVID. But I think the number right now is 400 something, almost 500 surveys response, which of course there's bias in that response, of course, but that's better. I thought the online district meetings were really good conversation for folks who prefer to engage in that way. And I understand that I think there already have been and still are opportunities for groups and others to continue to engage with our staff and our consultant on that process. And I encourage people to do that. I tuned into our Planning Commission meeting last night, I think it was. Yes, last night. It's been a long few days, and just want to share that I actually encourage everyone to listen to that discussion of our planning commissioners. I was very, really just sort of proud and thrilled to hear some of the different discussions from very different perspectives in that meeting, and it gave me a lot of confidence in the planning commissioners that we have appointed across the districts. Really good variety of homeowners and renters, longtime Costa Mesans and new Costa Mesans, older people, younger people, people with families, people who live alone, and I thought it was a really, really good discussion. So I'm encouraged, and want to continue to encourage everyone to continue to get engaged in that process. So yes, I think we can do better. I will continue to push for, better, more proactive, more in-depth community engagement. But I promise we're making progress, and I want to thank Council for supporting extra budget on that for this process, and thank staff for following through on that, continuing to follow through on that. I just want to throw some things out there that I heard in that discussion that I thought were really, really great. There was a good discussion of sort of incremental growth and the importance of, relaxing some rules a bit, because when the rules are so strict on housing, we end up with only these mega developments as sort of viable developments. So I really liked the discussion on incremental growth. A lot of really important discussion on the connection between housing and the need to have those discussions sort of in concert with mobility discussions and open space discussions. Obviously, there's lots of implications and interplay between all of those. And then this concept of the 15-minute city, right, or the complete neighborhood, how we really need to think about placing the sort of assets and amenities that people in our city want to be able to access on a regular basis at locations that don't require them to get in a car to get there. And so I was just really, really pleased with that discussion, and I'm excited to see how that continues to unfold, and really happy to have a lot of thoughtful people and people with really good planning experience on our planning commission. So thanks to everyone who made their appointments. We've got a great planning commission. I also just want to acknowledge our new Parks and Recreation commissioners. They got seated this past week, and I just wanted to sort of hear their opening remarks, and I was really excited about the energy on that commission. Some good discussion about sort of the need for open space and free access to open space and recreation opportunities, both for kids and for adults, which I think is really important. Absolutely, we want to create more opportunities for kids, and I think sometimes we forget about adults need to get outside too. Both the discussions, Planning Commission and Parks Commission, talked about the issue of park poor neighborhoods, which is something that I know we've included in our 6-month strategies, and I just want to continue to challenge ourselves and our staff to get creative about improving access to open space for everyone in the city. Again, I think we know where there are park poor neighborhoods, and we should really be striving for everyone to be able to walk to a park, because anyone under 18 doesn't have a car to drive, and as we know, we have a aging population as well. So that access to open space is so critical. 2 quick updates on the mobility front, an area where I try to really focus. There is a survey right now by Caltrans to feed information into their active transportation plan. Newport Boulevard is Caltrans territory. We know from previous presentations that is the deadliest road in Costa Mesa, not including freeways, of course, but the deadliest road for pedestrians. And so I really want to encourage folks to respond to that survey, get some Caltrans attention on fixing some of the safety issues on Newport Boulevard. And thank you, staff, for pushing that information through our social media channels. And I'm going to try to get more information on this for a future meeting, but just want to heads up that there's a really important national conversation with very significant local implications in terms of road safety design, and that is the rewrite of the MUTCD, the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which I've learned and continue to learn has been a real roadblock for a lot of the pedestrian safety improvements that we've wanted here in Costa Mesa. So trying to get educated on that and want to make sure that we're sort of tracking that and contributing to revisions that really support pedestrian safety improvements. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, members of the audience, for joining us today. 4 things today. So first, just piggyback on Arliss's comment, park poor neighborhoods. Yes, we need more park access. D4 is a park poor neighborhood. We have 2 little parks, and actually, this last Saturday we had time to meet with the community to discuss enhancement to Ketchum-Libel Park. It was really fun discussion, and it should be up later on the agenda. So I'm looking forward to that conversation with you guys. Alongside that, for the housing element, I too attended the meeting. We had a good turnout in my district. We had about 15 people come in the English portion, and I know there were about 7 people in the Spanish-speaking portion. My mom was in that one, gave me the feedback over there. One of the things that came up in my district was primarily how we feel like we've done our part when it comes to housing. You know, we're one of the most dense districts in Costa Mesa. That's why we're so small for a reason. And one of the things we discussed in my district was we're not opposed to housing, but what we are opposed to is people gentrifying. In other words, we don't want to lose lower income residents for higher income residents, because that defeats the entire purpose of building new housing. And with that in mind, a few people in the community this past weekend talked to me about an upcoming project on my district. And the issue that came up a lot was we feel like housing is being built in District 4 does not represent District 4. We feel like people who live in the district are not being catered towards when we build new housing. And a part of the reason why I believe is because of the Mesa West residential ownership plan, which passed way back when, that incentivized home ownership in West Side Costa Mesa. Well, lower income folks tend to be renters. So when you incentivize home ownership, what you're incentivizing is those who are lower income to be moved out and pushed away. So I think as we discuss the housing element going forward, I think in the eye of justice for housing, we should reevaluate that plan to see how best we can make it fit into the character of West Side Costa Mesa. Because right now, when I talk to residents, they want more housing. They know they need more housing to lower their rent costs. But they're a constant fear of, like, if something gets developed, my rent will go up and they can't afford living anymore. And that's something that I think as a city we should be addressing. Alongside that note, in terms of quality of life, it's my understanding that Newport Mesa School District is going to close up the Ray parking lot. As we discussed before, there's a lot of speeding on Meyer, a lot of people using the parking lot late at night, doing illegal activities. And it's kind of my understanding that this district is going to close up that parking lot overnight with a gate, 3 gates entirely. So that means the entire school parking lot will be closed off the community at night. That part of my district has not had a lot of issues with parking because people park their cars at the school district. So I think as a city, we should be preparing for this to happen and preparing for the inevitable calls for more parking in that part of town. You know, we already see it north of Victoria, but it's going to come from that central portion as well. Heads up to city staff. And then lastly, to everyone in Costa Mesa, I like going on walks. You know, it's a fun thing to do at the end of the day, to walk my district, walk Costa Mesa, enjoy our greatness that we have in this great, beautiful city. And one of the things that come to my attention is a lot of mattresses in Costa Mesa, like on the streets. And residents, if you are ever walking in your neighborhood and see a mattress or a couch, if you use the My Costa Mesa app, which you can download on the Apple Store or the Android Store, you can report it directly to city staff and have them pick it up within 24 hours. I've used it for graffiti, for mattresses that are laying around the community. My Costa Mesa app, it's a wonderful app. I use it all the time when I'm walking. Take a quick picture, it goes directly to code enforcement and they take care of it. So with that, guys, thank you for joining us and hope you have a great night watching us.
Sorry, Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a very brief report I want to give. I just want to talk about something I've touched on a few times, and I know that kind of preach this a lot, but I still want to go over the importance of wearing masks, even though we have brighter futures ahead and everything is looking better. We still need to enforce the importance of wearing a mask, especially when we're out in public. I know recently, as of last Friday, competitive sports have been approved to resume, and we're going to give children and adults the chance to recreate. And I want to just let everybody know to please use good judgment when you are out at the sports fields. Whatever the return to play plan is, just please make sure that you exercise good judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Great advice. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Costa Mesa. I guess I'll take housing elements for 800, Alex. This is the theme of the night. I too attended the district workshops a few weeks ago, as well as the Planning Commission last night. And I shared Councilmember Reynolds' enthusiasm and pride in our Planning Commission in particular. I really want to give them a lot of credit for asking some very thoughtful and tough questions. Also for recognizing the challenges that we have here and the context for this housing element update. And as far as the district workshops, similarly, I was really just excited and impressed by what people brought to these discussions and how well they knew their neighborhoods and how interested they were in coming up with some collaborative ideas. I know in District 6, I heard some really great creative ideas about specific parcels, as well as just a general feel and making sure we can maintain a certain kind of community character that we enjoy. And I think it's worth noting in the Planning Commission comments last night about this idea of just trying to have some incremental change. We have a huge arena number to meet, 11,760 units, I believe is where we are now. Putting that aside, the effort is really about neighborhood design and city planning. And I think everybody can participate in that and offer something. So I continue to encourage people to fill out the online survey, contact me or other council members. We want to field as much input as possible, and we've got our work cut out for ourselves, but I think we're gonna be moving in the right direction. Secondly, tonight I just wanted to give a quick update on Perez Park. I see people smiling. They must hear my dog in the background. My favorite constituent. Perez Park is the latest park that we have here in Costa Mesa on the east side, Santa Ana and University Avenues. It was brought to our attention that there may be some concern about not having gates on the park. There are two entrances. I really want to thank staff, and in particular our Public Works Director, Raja Setharaman, for acting so quickly, contacting the county about how we can remedy that. And we have some temporary fencing that's blocking off the entrance on University Avenue, which is actually the area closest to the park area, the play areas. So obviously safety is of primary importance here, but I'm very pleased to say I've seen so many people using the park, young families, people just strolling by. We've gotten great response. So I'm looking forward to getting gates in there and having us all recreate more freely in the coming months. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thanks. I think the funniest part about that was that my dog perked up hearing your dog bark over the Zoom. Anyway, hey, yeah, so I'll talk about the housing element too. A little disappointed that District 3 didn't have more of a turnout actually. So do want to echo the point that we've made progress, but we're not done with outreach. So want to encourage us to continue to try to think outside the box and get ways to engage folks. The other thing is you don't have to attend a district meeting in order to provide input. You can email me, you can email Ms. Lee, you can email anybody on council about your thoughts. I think Councilmember Chavez brought up some really important points about density and gentrification and how we maintain the population that is here. And 11,000 units is a ton, but what do we think is important when it comes to housing in Costa Mesa? So I think Councilmember Harlan said something earlier in a different meeting today about, in many ways, this is sort of setting the stage for what is to come. This isn't all of the answers. We're not going to resolve everything within the housing element, but it does give us an opportunity to start putting some policy in place for what the future does look like. So if you have any thoughts at all about really anything related to housing or planning or visioning within the city, please don't hesitate to contact us, and we'll make sure it becomes part of the record and becomes part of what we make decisions about and shapes our policy moving forward. So that's number one on housing element. Number two, we are about to open our permanent homeless shelter on Airway Avenue. There has been so much hard work behind the scenes by so many people on staff, all of our partners that are working with us. It's so exciting to see this happen. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do a giant ribbon cutting or open house or anything that we would do under normal circumstances, but wanted to make sure the public knew that we're so close to being there and opening it. And I'm sure we gave an update last council meeting, but we'll let you know when that officially happens. I do want to make sure the city attorney answers Ms. Abraham's question as the mayor pro tem. I've been asked a few times recently what happens if the mayor gets elected to the higher office, and so I would be helpful to answer that for the public as well. And then May 15th is Love Costa Mesa Day. I've talked about this a couple of times, but this is really our day of service in partnership with Trellis. And so the city is supporting that, and we have sourced some projects from staff in terms of things that maybe were on the back burner that we didn't get around to that will be fun to participate as a group. So think, Fairview Park and working on some murals and refreshing some paint and all those fun volunteer opportunities. If you've got something that you want to see done in the city, feel free to contact me or contact Trellis directly. If you want to volunteer, you can go to lovecostamesa.org, I think. Or if you want to lead a project, because you've got some great idea of what we should be doing, we can definitely talk about it and try to recruit volunteers. So happy to work with anybody in the city who has an idea or who wants to be helping out, because I think those days of service are so important to bring people together and work towards a common cause. And we've done it once now successfully during COVID, where we had enough socially distanced projects that we felt safe and comfortable. We had some that were remote, and then we had kind of everything in between. So I'm excited about that event and want more input from folks across the city on what we should be working on. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Well, there's a lot going on and everyone's doing such a great job. I too attended some of the housing element workshops and discussions. And while I feel that the quality of the conversations were good, I am disappointed in the turnout. I don't know the exact number, but probably less than 200 people out of a city of 115,000 have participated. And so I am concerned about that. I know that it's not for lack of trying to get people to turn out, but it's just COVID, I guess. So I know that we sent a Nextel text message out. We had it on Nextdoor for all the different neighborhoods in the city. We did do flyers in some of the neighborhoods, I understand. We posted it on social media. It was in the snapshot. I know I personally sent it out to 10,000 Costa Mesa residents, the announcement in all of the districts. So I'm not sure how to fix that, but I am concerned that we're not getting a robust discussion going. And so the other concern I have is that the way we're leading these meetings, and I understand this is how they're doing it all over the county. I'm not sure that we're going to end up with what we want out of it, though. And so I'd like to suggest that we maybe consider regrouping on this plan and talk about maybe having each district come up with a district plan that then the community engages with and has a conversation about and gives input on. And then we kind of move those district plans together into one consolidated plan. I'm just concerned that based on my listening during the workshops, I'm not really sure how we're going to get a plan out of that. So I'd like us to have a study session maybe on this and talk about it maybe a little more. And I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know the answer, but I know what we're doing. We're just not getting to enough people. That's that. And it's hard during the pandemic. I don't fault anyone for this. I just think it's the nature of what we're dealing with right now. Couple items that have come across my email, and that is Target construction. I'm hoping that we could get some relief for the residents on Shamrock Lane. And that's in, there's I guess some construction going on of something going on at Target. I'm not exactly sure what the construction project is, but I have gotten a few emails about that and I want to make sure we're addressing it. Also, the landscape plans for Fairview as part of what the 405 construction project eliminated all the trees behind the homes that are along Fairview as you head up to the freeway. And so if we could look at those landscape plans, look at the replacement of trees that they're planning for, it seems inadequate to me. And I've had a couple residents reach out to me. So if we could look at that, that'd be really fantastic. And I want to share that we had an update on the vaccine in our call with the county on Friday, and then with my call with the Cal OES, which is Operation Emergency Services. And the vaccine is getting more widely distributed throughout California. And the president has, according to what we learned, bought enough vaccine for every American to get vaccinated. And so in California, we're going to be moving to 3 million by March 1st, 4 million by April 1st in the state of California. And so, of course, all that will also flow into Orange County. So we're seeing a lot more progress there. Please go to OC Health for information about the SuperPod sites. There's some changes going on at the Disneyland site. It'll become an accessible accommodation site, only mobile, driving up, and for individuals who need accommodation only. And I know that our city manager, she might be going to give a report, so I won't steal her thunder on this, but we have been talking about how do we get some vaccine more directly into our city, to our most vulnerable residents, especially our seniors and our Latinx community who are living well below the poverty line and who don't have access to the vaccine right now. So we've been working on that. We did send a letter to the county regarding that matter. And then also, I know Councilmember Gameros mentioned that sports are back. Well, I know that it's very exciting for high school athletes to be able to play sports again, of course, safely with the mask and social distancing. Many of them started this week in Newport Mesa, and I know that they're very excited, even though they're unable to play multiple sports because they're all happening at the same time. It's really great to see that the kids are getting back and having that social engagement and having those activities safely. And then finally, I'd like to close the meeting tonight in recognition of Art Goddard, who passed last week. And he was such a wonderful volunteer for the city of Costa Mesa, with our historical society, with our library. I really believe that because of Art and his wife, Mary Ellen, is why we were able to keep pushing forward to get a library. They were, persistent. And so I know that Art will be missed in our community. So I'd like to close the meeting in his honor, as well as Mike Baker, who died last week from COVID. He was a legend in the Harbor area baseball, Tanager basketball, Slamager tournaments, and Estancia basketball and baseball. His twin, John Baker, survives him. And I know that all of the Estancia high school grads from the class of '86 will miss Mike Baker very much so. So I'd like to close the meeting tonight in both their honors. Okay, let's move to City Manager report. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just had a couple of updates for you tonight on, again, piggybacking on the Mayor's remarks regarding the vaccine rollout. This Saturday, March 6th, CalOptima will provide more than 3,000 vaccinations at its Sunflower and Harbor Boulevard site. The vaccinations are intended for CalOptima clients, Costa Mesa residents who are enrolled in CalOptima and are over the age of 65 will receive an invite for the vaccinations. I want to stress that this is an appointment-only event. It's not open to the general public. Again, CalOptima will be reaching out to Costa Mesa residents who are enrolled in CalOptima and are over the age of 65 for a vaccine, and it is an appointment-only event, but very happy that we'll be able to get some more of our residents the vaccine, which is fantastic. Also, as the Mayor mentioned, the FDA has approved the use of Johnson & Johnson, so we're hoping that that will be a great accelerant to vaccinations. Requires regular refrigeration for storage, much easier vaccination to administer with just one dose, and effectiveness between 65 and 85%. But I did want to point out that there are other options for vaccines. We know that it's been very tough for some groups to get vaccines. Please, if you haven't already, register onto the county's website at www.othena, that's OTHENA.com, www.othena.com. And then on the county's website, at OC COVID-19, they also have information regarding how you can get a vaccine if you qualify under CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And so just additional information there to be able to get the vaccine. It's quite a busy chart, but what it's trying to communicate is there are multiple pathways to receive a vaccine. So from Othena, from the county, from your healthcare provider, CVS, Walgreens, and also some department supermarket chains have also been participating. And so please avail yourself of all of the different ways that you can potentially get the vaccine and see what comes first. And we're happy for the CalOptima Saturday program, again, appointment only, but a step in the right direction. And then the city is also looking at partnering with other healthcare providers, the Veterans Administration, to try to get additional vaccine out to the community. And the state has announced that phase 1B is now open for jurisdictions that have sufficient vaccine. So that includes education, childcare, food services, grocery, agriculture, and emergency services. And so we'll continue to do our best and fight for additional vaccines for everybody that desires to have one. In terms of our COVID numbers, we are doing much better. We continue to see our numbers drop, and we just missed by a smidge, just by 0.6%, moving into the red tier. Currently, we're on the most restricted tier, the purple tier, and we just missed it by just a hair, moving into the red tier. At the red tier, restaurants can open indoors again at 25% capacity, but at least it starts to move us in the right direction. But on a positive note, our testing positivity rate and our health equity quartile are in the orange tier. And so in two categories, we've even exceeded the red tier. We're closer to the orange tier. And so this is a chart here that shows we're at purple, next stage is red. We already have two metrics of 3 in orange, but we need that one last metric to be in the red category for us to move into that tier and allow for additional opening of our economy. And so looking forward to that. Switching topics.
Ms. Farrell Harrison, before you switch, can I just point out, because this is good news and we want to make sure we give hope to people. So if we actually bump down into the orange tier in that one category that we're currently in the purple tier in, we will skip the red tier and go right to orange and not hopefully go back. So So get tested, wear your mask so we can get down into the orange tier. We can all get back to living our best lives.
Wash your hands, social distance, wear your mask, and get tested. And hopefully we'll skip right over red and catapult ourselves into orange. That would be fantastic. And so just to piggyback on the suggestion from Councilmember Chavez about the bulk item pickup, wanted to remind our residents that we do have 11 trash haulers that work with the city and are available to do the bulky item pickup. We've had many of our own city employees helping to get rid of bulky items. We've picked up 2,050 bulky items over the last 4 months. And so we do have haulers that are able to do this as well. And so in addition to the Costa Mesa app, please feel free to call our haulers. There are 11 numbers. Dane, if you can put that up, 11 different telephone numbers that we can call to make sure that the bulky item pickup happens. And we can get that information out through all our different channels, just to avail yourself of that as well. And then last but not least, we wanted to just give you an update on the local hazard mitigation plan. So I'm going to turn it over to our Emergency Operations Administrator, Jason Dempsey, who's going to give an update on that. That's something that I know is very near and dear to some of you, especially Mayor Pro Tem Mar. But I did want to first thank Jason and acknowledge him for an award that he received. He was recognized recently as the best example of using technology to combat COVID-19 by Everbridge and received their annual Critical Event Management Impact Award. And so the CEM Impact Award recognizes unique, innovative, and inspiring use of the Everbridge platform to support life safety, global security, and business continuity. And he was granted their award for his efforts, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're super proud of Jason, our emergency management administrator who operates our EOC for that. So congratulations, Jason, for a very well-deserved award. And if you could give a brief update on how we're launching the hazard mitigation plan that we've all been waiting for, that would be great.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So what I want to do is refresh everyone on the hazard mitigation plan. And real quick, just as a reminder, hazard mitigation is when we take actions to reduce the long-term risk to life and property from hazards. And we do this through different structural and non-structural mitigation steps.
I'm going to, Jason, I believe there's something going on with your screen. And so we can only see a very small slither of your screen. We can't see, there we are. Much better.
Okay. And so this hazard mitigation plan looks at the different hazards that can impact the community and the result or the risk of that impact and how these threats can be reduced in a systematic manner. So ultimately, we're trying to make the community less vulnerable to natural hazards and improve safety and resiliency. So an approved hazard mitigation plan makes Costa Mesa eligible for federal grants also, as long as they address the hazards that we identify in the plan, which is part of why how we construct the plan is so important. So we actually began developing this plan in September. We had a slow start just because of COVID-19, but through that process, we've identified a list of hazards that are specific to Costa Mesa, along with an associated level of risk. So we're looking at vulnerable areas, critical infrastructure, and then how we can develop a hazard mitigation strategy appropriate to Costa Mesa. So this ranges from things like fires, flooding, but it also includes other items like power loss, climate change. There can be different types of space events, space weather. There's all types of things that can impact us. But it's specifically looking at natural hazards. So we're not looking at any acts caused by an individual intentionally or unintentionally. Anyways, so part of this planning process, though, it involves us reaching out to the community. So it's really important that the residents of the community provide their input into this plan. There's a lot of historical knowledge in Costa Mesa. There's a lot of people that have great ideas and different things that we may not have considered, even though we have people from every department in the city, from public services to development, you know, running the gamut. Fire's in there, police is in there, but there's still people in the community that are going to have a lot of ideas and information. So we're seeking input from all the different districts in Costa Mesa, and asking them to weigh in on this hazard mitigation plan. So the way they can kind of get in contact with us and help us is, right now there's a local hazard mitigation plan webpage that's being put on the Costa Mesa website. And we're going to put a survey out to the public as well. It's going to be pretty simple and straightforward. We're working on putting that together, and we'll make that available, and it'll be open for a pretty long window. So they're going to have time to reply. And we're going to look at other ways that we can solicit input for those people that may not have access or the ability, the desire to do it via a computer, and maybe there's some other way. But it's really important that people weigh in on this hazard mitigation plan, because like I said, it makes Costa Mesa eligible for federal grants that specifically improve areas of the city. So, you know, some examples are, there might be areas where there's flooding concerns, and some people have knowledge of it, that, you know, different steps that can be taken, et cetera. So this is their opportunity to sort of weigh in on that and help us strengthen our sort of vision for it and our strategy, and implement that so we can get this approved for FEMA and in turn for the city of Costa Mesa. Thank you. Center report.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Dempsey, and congratulations on the award. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to our Ms. Farrell Harrison. If you're done with your report, we will move to Ms. Barlow. City Attorney report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 2 items I want to report, and one of them, I know we're going to be doing a press release, but I wanted to get the word out that we have obtained an injunction against illegal marijuana dispensaries at 440 Fair Drive and 1779 Newport Boulevard. That is just the beginning of our efforts to stop the proliferation of these businesses that are harming our community, selling illegal drugs, and failing to remit taxes, and undermining the legitimate marijuana businesses that are located in the city and that will be in the future. We will, once we have all of the details from the final order, we'll be releasing a press release with all the details. But I did want to announce that publicly for the benefit of the council. And secondly, I do want to answer briefly, there was a question about filling any vacancy that may result from mayor's election to the vacancy at the Board of Supervisors, not to be premature in responding to that question, because obviously we won't know until after the election occurs. But there is nothing in Measure EE that mandates a replacement or a vacancy appointment be filled by a special election. A special election is actually quite expensive. However, the council essentially has 2 options under the government code. The council is supposed to appoint a replacement for a directly elected mayor. However, if they fail to do so within 60 days, then we would have to call a special election to fill the vacancy. And that special election would occur November of 2021. So it would be for a 1-year term. And any further information, I think we should defer until after the election, and because there's all kinds of timing questions and other things that I simply can't answer today. So hopefully that is it. Happy to make the report, and thank you very much for acknowledging me as the first female city attorney. I appreciate that. I didn't expect it.
Thank you. Thanks for all you did. So did we get the order signed? Is that yet, or no? We're still waiting?
We didn't get the orders signed. I did get some clarification today, and I know that there was a desire to, let the public know, because I know we've had a lot of complaints, a lot of feedback from the public about these operations, and I wanted the public to know that we're not ignoring them. We really are paying attention and trying to, get the right things happening in the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, now we'll move to consent calendar. All items considered on the consent calendar will be considered in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the public, the city council, or the staff asks for an item to be pulled and discussed and removed from the consent calendar. If a member of the public wishes to pull an item on the consent calendar, will you please at this time raise your hand with the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone now. Is there anyone who wishes to pull an item from the consent calendar? Press *9 on your telephone or raise your hand with the hand raise feature. Okay, seeing no one. Ms. Green, did we have any council members who wish to pull any items off of the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I received no requests.
Okay, I will recuse myself and abstain on consent calendar item number 8, second reading to an ordinance repealing the urgency ordinance 1919 and approving code amendment CO 2020-04, amending portions of Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units consistent with state law requirements. If this is a one item where we approve all the consent calendar items, I'm just acknowledging my abstention from that item because I have an application for an accessory dwelling unit pending. Councilmember Harlan.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there a second? Please raise your hand in the hand raise feature. Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say so by voice vote. Ms. Green.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes, except for as to consent calendar 8, for which I abstain.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you. Look at that, we're just moving right along here. Okay, now we have public hearings. We have one public hearing item tonight. Ms. Green?
Thank you. This is public hearing item number 1, an urgency zoning ordinance of the city of Costa Mesa to extend and amend ordinance number 2020-14, providing for an additional 12-month extension of the time limit set forth in zoning code section 13-29K, time limits and extensions for all approved discretionary planning applications and declaring this ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Ms. Bowens-Colleen, Zoning Administrator.
Hi, Ms. Bowens-Colleen. How are you? Welcome.
I'm doing well, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members, and I am showing my basic lack of computer skills by trying to get this program started. My apologies.
There we go, we got it.
Okay, so tonight what we have is an extension of...
Comment. I think it's actually amazing because you have been here for so many years providing service to our city, and you've gone through all kinds of new technology and everything. So it's pretty amazing.
Just trying to stay on top of it and stay young. So what we have tonight is the extension of Urgency Ordinance 2020-14. Basically, as you all know, the COVID pandemic resulted in serious economic impacts, including a delay in the timely commencement of projects for which discretionary entitlements were approved through the planning application process. So what we have is under Zoning Code Section 1329, basically a 2-year period of time that planning applications are approved. On May 5th, 2020 of last year, City Council approved Urgency Ordinance 2020-14, which granted an automatic 12-month extension of time for all approved planning applications that had not expired as of March 12th, 2020. This previously approved urgency ordinance will expire March 12th, 2021. Given the longevity of the COVID-19 pandemic and its continued economic impacts, we have prepared an urgency ordinance granting an additional 12-month extension of time. If tonight's request is approved, all approved planning applications that have not expired as of March 12th, 2021 will receive another automatic extension to March 12th, 2022. On that basis, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and adopt this urgency ordinance to extend and amend previously approved Urgency Ordinance 2014, providing for an additional 12-month extension for a total of 24 months of the time limit set forth in Zoning Code Section 1329K, time limits and extensions for approved discretionary planning applications, and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. And I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bounds-Clean. Council members, Councilmember Reynolds, and then Councilmember Harlan.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. My question, my concern about some of the vacant lots, and there's a few over here on the west side where, we know projects were sort of impending and then COVID hit. It's just the condition of the lots, right? So I understand that there's lots of different factors affecting whether builders can build now, but it's I think even harmful to our community to have our vacant lots that are, you got weeds growing out the side and trash building and encampments forming, and that's something that's concerning to me. So I'd like to understand what we are doing or can do to ensure that if construction is delayed on a vacant lot, we can protect from some of the blight that occurs because of that.
And these are matters, Madam Mayor and council members, that can be brought to the attention of code enforcement. This is standard kind of code enforcement activity for them. If and I always forget the name of the program, but on your phone, that actually Councilmember Chavez brought up earlier, that a complaint can be lodged that way with code enforcement, and code enforcement will follow up on those lots, getting them cleaned up, if appropriate, fenced off, that kind of thing.
My Costa Mesa.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could you, just to follow up on that question, could you describe what the requirements are? I assume there's sort of a minimum standard, and I want to understand what it is.
Based on my past experience, sometimes what we did is we looked at them on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes fencing them isn't the solution, especially if there's screening material, because then it becomes a graffiti magnet. Definitely what we want to do is make sure that there's no weeds and there's no debris on the property, that it's at least clean in that respect. And then hopefully a plain dirt lot will not be an attractive gathering place, but if it is, then we can work with code enforcement to enforce those items as well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate, think about it a little bit, but I appreciate if there's any suggestions on, if we're granting an additional 12-month extension, sort of pairing that with I don't know if it's a commitment or a promise or an expectation, a little bit of reinforcing the importance of that upkeep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Owens-Killeen, for a very straightforward report. I just have two questions. First, I want to know how many project approvals does this impact? And if you can, more specifically, how many housing units might this represent?
That I don't know off the top of my head, but we do process on average about 75 to 100 applications per year. Of course, things have slowed down a little bit in this past year, but there are at least several projects that are on hold at this point in time.
Okay. And then secondly, I've worked in some communities that have adopted urgency ordinances like this. I'm curious who locally also may have provided this type of extension to applicants.
I apologize, I do not know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. I have no other council members to ask questions. I'll open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature on your computer screen or press *9 on your telephone to be called on. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Council, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature to make a motion. Anyone? Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I'll move that we approve the staff recommendation. But I'd like to get some input maybe from Ms. Lee on if we could sort of attach some kind of condition or pair with that some, at the very least, information about sort of expectation on upkeep. What would you recommend?
My suggestion in this case is to go ahead with a motion, but include with it essentially a request to direct staff to follow up on any property maintenance issues that we are made aware of through our My Costa Mesa app and any other feedback mechanism from the community. We already do that in many respects, but certainly there's always a prioritization of resources in a time like this. So I would include with it a request.
Okay, Ms. Lee, sorry, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Can she hear me? Oh, okay. So Councilmember Reynolds, can you make your motion? Because we don't have a second yet. So we're having discussion before having a second. So if you want to make a motion based on what she just shared.
Yep. So I move that we approve staff's recommendation and direct staff to follow up on, trying to remember the words you used, to follow up on any sort of vacant lot upkeep issues reported.
Okay, and Councilmember Gameros.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, want to speak to the motion?
No, I've shared my concerns. I guess I'll expand on it a little bit. I do, there's, I know we're trying to be flexible with the very difficult times, but I think it's important for us to acknowledge the negative impact it has on our neighborhoods when there are vacant lots, and especially when those vacant lots are allowed to deteriorate. So it's important to me that we maintain the expectation that there is some upkeep, upkept, I guess.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros, you want to add anything?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. I share Councilmember Reynolds' concerns about maintenance and upkeep. I think it's important if applicants get the benefit of this, we make sure that there's a respect for the community and that investment is continued. I also think it's very important that we recognize that there's a significant amount of time and effort and resources that have gone into most of these applications, and that this extension is certainly warranted given the current circumstances. And I think that we need to make sure that we at least appear that Costa Mesa is open for business here, that we want to encourage investment and development. And given the nature of what we're experiencing with our housing element update, I think this is a good step forward.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, I'll support the motion as well for all the reasons expressed. I do agree that we're also a little bit short-staffed right now, and so permits aren't getting processed maybe as quickly as they might under normal circumstances. And so we need to do our part to help the property owners and the business owners to be able to get their projects through, and giving them this extra time under the circumstances I think is reasonable. And I do agree with Councilmember Reynolds that we have a couple areas that could use a little love in terms of some of the, it's been sitting a little while, the fence is getting kind of tattered and torn. So I do think that it's good if we can just get those sites over to staff, and I know that they'll take a look at it and reach out to the applicant right away, or the property owner. So thank you. We'll call for the question. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All righty. So now we will move to no old business tonight. And we'll move to new business. We have 3 new business items. Ms. Green, will you please read the title for business item number 1? New business item number 1.
This is approval of a resolution for the application of Prop 68 grant funds from the statewide Park Development and Community Revitalization Grant Program for the Ketchum-Libel Park Renovation Expansion Project. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Parks and Community Services Director.
Good evening, Mr. Minter. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Minter, Parks and Community Services Director. As mentioned, this is a request that City Council adopt a resolution to apply for Proposition 68 grant funds for improvements at Ketchum-Libel Park. I do have a presentation that I can screen share if you will allow me to.
Sure.
All right, here we go. So the location of Ketchum-Libel Park is at 2150 Maple Street, indicated here on this star right alongside Victoria. The yellow dotted line currently outlines the limits of the park itself. Obviously, there's the Victoria Parkway right along that will also be included in the discussion as we plan for this project. Ketchum-Libel Park, it's just about 0.34 acres located in Council District 4. It was constructed back in 2001. It's named after 2 fallen police officers here in Costa Mesa, James Dave Ketchum and John Mike Libel, that were killed flying a helicopter, I believe back in 1997. The park does have a plaque that honors the fallen officers. The current park amenities, there's a stamped concrete area with games. Right now it's used for skateboarding and a variety of activities. There is a playground, some landscape fencing, and a few picnic tables in the back in the shade of a large eucalyptus tree. The Prop 68 grant application process, currently we're asking for $902,000. The total project value would be about $1.2 million. Community input is a huge portion of the grant application process. Currently, we've hosted 6 meetings with the community and posted a survey online. We have 19 respondents so far on the online survey. And even though the resolution is going before council tonight for approval, the community can still click on this link. There's a project page on the website to continue to give us input as we go through the design process. The community meetings that we held, we had 2 in conjunction with the Save Our Youth Center, SOY. We had 2 Zoom meetings. We had 1 public meeting at the park, which was by far the most attended of all of our meetings. And then we brought the item before the Parks, Arts, and Community Services at their last meeting. The community feedback we got all sorts of variety of answers, from expansion of the park into the Victoria Street Parkway, the installation of playground and toddler equipment, the installation of a sandbox, improvements to landscaping, trying to enhance the picnic area, including some shade features, adding park benches, maybe updating the concrete area to try to make the games more pronounced, a drinking fountain for dogs, additional bike amenities, potentially a bike training area, a skateboard pump track, to ensure the safety of all park users, to improve parking opportunities, to keep view corridors available, to keep and improve the park lighting that encourages play, especially after hours, a little free library, hopefully the inclusion of public art pieces, some sort of access or connecting to the bike trail along Victoria, potentially multi-sport space, and to make sure we protect the eucalyptus tree that's in the back of the park. Now, obviously, I don't know that we could do all of these in such a small area, but these are requests from the community at this point. We want to continue to invite the community to monitor the project. There's the website that I mentioned, the project or the Ketchum-Libel project page. We will continue to put updates as far as the grant application process. And moving forward, once we find out, hopefully that we got the funding, we can post it there. And once we start setting up additional community meetings with the architect, once we have them in place, we really want the community to engage in this project throughout, all the way up and through the ribbon cutting, and of course, being able to utilize that for their families. At this time, we had some rough sketches done by an architect. I wouldn't commit to these as being, permanent, but it's just some different ideas that we can do at the park. But other than that, all we're looking for is to adopt the proposed resolution, hopefully giving us a chance to apply for the grant, with which the deadline is March 12th. So it's just around the corner. With that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mentor. Any council members have any questions? Okay, seeing no one, I will open public. Oh, Councilmember Chavez, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that presentation. It was really great to know you during this process, and so happy to see you engage our community over this amazing park. I did have one question I just wanted to ask you. I know a lot of things you mentioned were things that were told by the residents for improvements in the park. We did seem to miss one thing that I'm curious if you can answer me. Are we planning on making sure the entire wall of Ketchum-Libel Park is 8 feet from the ground up? I do know when I was at the park last Saturday, a few residents pointed out that the back corner, the wall's a bit lower, and people can jump the fence to go over to their lot. Is that something we can include, or?
I have seen some documentation of concerns with the height of the wall, and I believe there was a resident that has expressed that as well. So I will bring that up during our conversations with the architect to see if there's hopefully simple solutions we can implement to mitigate the shortness of the wall.
Yep, and then I have one last thing to mention. The parking sign, and it's more of a statement, not a question, but could we, in part of the design, could we also move the parking sign to face the street instead of face Victoria? Because right now it's hidden by the bushes. So that's something I have to say. But other than that, great work for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I know this family, the Liebelts, and I just wanted to tell everyone the pronunciation is Liebelt, not Liebelt, just moving forward so everybody knows. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open this item up for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please press *9 on your telephone or use the hand raise feature on your computer. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Councilmember Chavez, you want to do the honors?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move staff recommendation to submit a grant application for Ketchum-Libel Park. Or Ketchum-Libel, yeah.
And second by Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Okay, we'll call for the question on this item. Unless Councilmember, anything else?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes, and it's great because we just adopted our priorities and we're already checking them off the list.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mentor. And thanks to Townsend Public Affairs for helping us with that grant application. Okay, next item would be new business, item number 2. Green?
This is approve the proposed staffing plan for the implementation of the retail cannabis tax and regulation measure, Measure Q, and amend the table of organization in fiscal year 2020-21 adopted budget. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Ms. Molina? Hi.
Good evening. Give me a minute to share my screen so I can share the PowerPoint presentation with you tonight. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. It is my pleasure tonight to present to you the city's Measure Q retail cannabis preliminary staffing plan proposal. It's a quick overview on Measure Q. As mentioned last week at our study session, this retail cannabis tax and regulation measure allows for the retail cannabis uses within the city for an estimated gross traffic receipt tax of up to 7%. As a quick recap on our timeline, back in May of last year, City Council directed staff to start looking at different ballot measures to come forth in the November elections that would provide the city with additional revenues and as well as a diversified revenue stream. At that point in time, city staff did move forward with a consultant to provide some polling services citywide to see what interested voters would like to see in the November ballot. As a result of that polling, City Council approved to put onto the November ballot a ballot measure to allow for a 4% to 7% growth tax receipt on the city's November elections, which occurred on November 3rd. As you recall, on November 3rd, the voters passed Measure Q with over 65% of the total vote. In that measure, there were certain restrictions that allowed for the city to ensure that there was proper tracking as well as proper protocols to ensure the safety of the delivery of cannabis and the selling of the cannabis, specifically as it relates to separations from children-related activities like schools, playgrounds, some homeless shelters, and so forth. Those were all included in the ballot measure. As mentioned last week, our next steps for the Measure Q program implementation include bringing forth the cannabis ordinance, which would be setting the tax rate between the 4% and 7%. Also last week, the measure went to the Planning Commission where they deliberated and will be coming back to their next Planning Commission to continue deliberations. At that point, the ordinance will be coming back to the City Council for a final vote on the tax, as well as a potential fee structure for this new program. Also wanted to remind City Council, this is the first blush of city staff requesting some resources to ensure an effective and efficient cannabis program implementation. In the 21-22 proposed budget, we'll be coming forth with some additional expenses through our conversations with similar like cities like Santa Ana and Long Beach. We have learned that we are to also prepare for some legal costs, some training costs, as well as some other types of equipment and supplies that we will be needing to ensure this program is run smoothly. So for our staffing proposal tonight, for your consideration. As mentioned last week, the Measure Q is a new line of business. We are asking for implementation of a smooth system of operations by adding additional staffing. We will be making additional adjustments as we go through the program implementation. The cannabis measure also assumed approximately a $3 million in retail tax revenues, which was based on an estimated annual gross sales of about $43 million a year and a 7% retail tax. This can look in different varieties, whether it's 6 to 10 cannabis storefront that will provide large retail sales to up to 20, 25, which would be a variety of smaller to larger sales. This number was also derived in close contact with the city of Santa Ana. In their first year, they were able to achieve about $4.5 million in general fund revenues. However, their tax rate is currently set at 8%. They're capped at about 30 cannabis. At this point in time, they have about 24. And this last year, which is about their third year into this cannabis measure, they generated close to $10 million. So essentially, in their second to third year of this cannabis measure, they're really seeing some really big jumps in the revenue stream. However, it's important to note that in their first year, they did incorporate a lot of the expenses that will be before you tonight, including some staffing. And I also did want to remind the City Council, the staffing levels here in the city of Costa Mesa have been significantly reduced since the Great Recession in 2010. So to provide an overview of what that looked like, back in 2009, 2010, before the Great Recession hit, the city had 611 full-time employees. Today, we're standing at 502. That's essentially an 18% reduction of the workforce. Back in 2010, that 611 positions supported about a $94 million general fund budget. In 1920, which is pre-COVID, we enjoyed about $142 million in general fund budget, essentially providing to you kind of a scope of what the city staff has been managing with such a reduced workforce. So we've lost about 109 positions since the Great Recession hit the city of Costa Mesa. So before you tonight is a staffing plan of 7.25 positions, 2 code enforcement officers, an assistant planner for the Development Services Department, a permit processing specialist for the Finance Department, 1 fire protection specialist, and a quarter of an office specialist too for the Fire Department, and 2 police officers for the Police Department. All of these positions would be assisting in the implementation of the cannabis program, as well as to help support some day-to-day operations that, as you were able to see in the previous slide, the city staff continues to struggle with the current workforce workload. So how does our request compare with some of our neighboring cities that does have the similar type of the retail cannabis program? So as mentioned, the city of Costa Mesa added 7.25 positions. The city of Santa Ana added 10.5 positions. Little note for the city of Santa Ana for this 10.5 positions. Santa Ana, as a reminder, outsourced its fire department. So OCFA did implement some additions into their fire department for cannabis. And in Long Beach, they added 8.5 positions. So just to recap quickly, what does this program do and what is the city of Costa Mesa looking at doing as we approach this new cannabis program? We're looking to take an approach similar to that of City of Santa Ana, which would be a multi-departmental task force approach where the cities across all of the departments will be working together to ensure that we can implement, monitor, administer, and enforce an effective cannabis program. We can effectively implement and administer a new cannabis program that will include processing of applications, permits, CUPs across the Development Services Department, the Fire Department, process citations in the Police Department, Development Services, collect fees, collection and auditing of retail tax, which will be occurring in the Finance Department. Enforcement efforts will also be across multiple departments, ensuring legitimate businesses comply with the requirements. That would be falling mostly into the Police Department and the Development Services with their code enforcement officers, police officers. We'll also be addressing unlicensed businesses to ensure that we can get ahead of the illegal dispensaries that most of these other cities that have retail cannabis have experienced in their cities. So one of the things that we have learned from talking to some of our other cities is the getting ahead of the illegal dispensaries that will pop up as a result of bringing on this cannabis program. So it's going to take a couple of years, maybe. We're lucky in the first year we're able to implement a lot of these enforcement measures to reduce and eliminate these illegal dispensaries, but also to help make sure that those legal dispensaries that are in the city are legitimate. They have gone through the safety protocols and processes through the Fire Department and the Police Department to ensure that they are running effectively and safely for our city with minimal impacts. So before you tonight is our request to increase the city's table of organization by 7.25 full-time positions. We're requesting a current year estimate appropriation of about $300,000. This is in essence a prorated approach of the $1.2 million, which is the full annual impact of the positions. $300,000 essentially is that last quarter. We have written the staff report to provide it as an estimate. We will be appropriating as the positions get hired on. And this is because, as you know, it takes a little bit longer sometimes to fill these positions, but we do want the flexibility to appropriate up until that last quarter of the fiscal year to provide the departments with the flexibility to onboard these staff as quickly as possible and get them trained so that way we can effectively successfully implement this cannabis program. And we went through a fairly lengthy study session last week. City staff is here to answer any questions that you may have for this request.
Okay, thank you so much. We can go back to the gallery. Okay. So council members, anyone have any questions? Councilmember Chavez. Thank you, Ms. Molina. I think it's really important that we all see the whole big picture of this new industry into our city. So you're essentially creating a department that is going to be dealing with this industry. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Molina. I have two questions for you that are mainly brought for me from talks to residents this past week. So I want to make sure we have clarity for the residents, because I know we're doing what we can to do our best service for them. The first question was, were the new employees going to be hired on just specifically for cannabis, or will it eventually be phased into our regular workforce?
So the new employees will help with the cannabis program, but they will also be helping with some of the day-to-day operations. As mentioned in the historical staffing graph that I showed you, city staff currently is overwhelmed with work, and this will help as well assist in some of their current day-to-day workload issues.
Yeah, so it sounds like really what we're doing is we're hiring on the people we need to hire on in general, but because cannabis is so new, they'll be focusing on that in the beginning, right?
And there will be a large workload because of the cannabis measures. So we are expecting that to be as well as helping us make sure that we're running an effective and efficient program.
Perfect. That's what I thought as well. And then the last one I had, it may not be particular to this topic, but I would like to have some elaboration on this. So a few members of the cannabis committee have reached out to me about the ratio of the employee salaries opposed to what we're going to bring in for revenue for cannabis. This came up primarily because the map shrunk. There's now less locations for cannabis. I just want to confirm that the $2 million revenue for cannabis is like a low estimate for us, right? As us being conservative, correct?
It's very conservative. As mentioned with the city of Santa Ana's experience, they did not bring in that much revenue in their first year. I'm anticipating to be following the same suit. And then as you see in the second and third year, that's really when our revenue stream will start to really take off.
Yeah. So basically just one more example of us being diligent with our finances and making sure we're underestimating, not overestimating new revenues. So thank you for that, Ms. Molina.
Hey, Councilmember Harper.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. I am. I've spent 30 years in distribution and retail and business-to-business management of businesses similar to this, and I'm a little confused by the presentation, and because it's kind of a you're making a case for you have an agenda item that's for cannabis staffing, but we've mixed a whole bunch of other pieces because we're understaffed and we've got Measure X issues, which we've said we've handled, and we're making a case for more staff. So I'm trying to understand this 7.25, how much relates really specifically to the addition of 6 retail stores?
So, Councilmember Harper, the 6 retail stores is really on the very low end. We're anticipating we can go as high as 9 to 20 to 25. We really don't know how many will eventually be onboarded, but in discussions with neighboring cities, as far as the workload issues they experience, and particularly at the onset of the cannabis measure, this is really the minimum of the staffing that we would be needing to make sure that this process is onboarding. Furthermore, this staffing will also help with the illegal dispensaries, which will be definitely popping up, as I'm sure you're aware of. that we'll need to make sure that we have the appropriate enforcement and administration tools to get ahead of those illegal dispensaries as well. So it's not just the onboarding of the cannabis stores, it's also to be able to help manage the illegal dispensaries as well.
So do you have we done, based on other cities and based on talking to the cannabis industry, done any sort of month-to-month projection or analysis and more activity-based projections versus simply comparing to other cities, which I know they operate slightly differently, and I know in our study session I learned things are different. They're slightly different roles. Did we do any of that, and should we? And should we consider that? Because I don't see, did we do any of that? Because I see that based on 6 stores, it's almost $600,000 per month per store, and at probably a 50% markup. It's a really profitable store, which means to me you're going to have a lot more stores, and it'll gravitate to a large number. Which I guess I'm looking for. Is there some math behind, and should there be some math behind how many police officers, fire staff does that really take relative to that activity versus what you've done is just compared to other cities?
Ms. Molina, can you answer that also, but could you clarify? Councilmember Harper continues to think that this is limited to 6 stores, and I don't.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I just the opposite. Just the opposite. I mean, you presented a budget that's based on 6 stores. That's what it is. I mean, I don't see anything different. Why should I not think that?
Ms. Molina, can you clarify, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The 6 stores was our initial blush. We are aware that there most likely will be more. We actually presented the retail sales tax estimate based on what the gross receipts would be. So it could be as low as 6 stores. It can go as high as 25 stores. It can be large stores, medium-sized stores, small stores. It really can be a good fluctuation and variety of stores that will be coming into the city to be able to generate those funds. So it's a lot more than just onboarding the stores. It's also the enforcement piece. It's also the ensuring that the program is effective and it's successful and it runs efficiently. And there's multiple facets of cannabis. It's not just bringing on the stores. It's also making sure that all of the safety protocols are also in place.
Yeah, I think I understand what it could be. I really do. I appreciate what you're saying. I think what I'm not expressing correctly is, did we do any study, math, comparison, get any input to truly find out what it would look like and should look like from an activity standpoint and a staffing standpoint? And I think I know the answer, but maybe it's a rhetorical question, because I think we just compared to other cities and we didn't do anything to figure out what it might look like. Because it's there has to be at some level. If there's 29 stores, I need 1.3 police officers or 1 full-time fireman. That's what I'm kind of looking for and suggesting that maybe should have been done. Does that make more sense?
So I'll jump in here.
Yeah.
I'll jump in. So, I mean, when we're looking at a staffing model, we're looking at a couple of different things. It's not just a matter of simply comparing to what did somebody else do. I mean, some of the metrics that we look at is what we're doing now, right? And how much staffing we have to do the work that we're doing now. And in terms of the number of stores, it was more a snapshot of what do we think the gross receipts will be? What kind of demand we think there'll be in the first 2 years of implementation? And to Carol's point, we're talking about $43 million probably in gross receipts, which is how you get to the $3 million in revenue to the city. That could take many different shapes and forms. It could be 6 large dispensaries, right? Or it could be 20 smaller dispensaries. Or it could be a combination thereof. We have no idea how many dispensaries we'll have, but we do know that in other cities that have dispensaries, they have between 25 and 30, right? And so there's about 2 dozen, and it takes about 7 to 10 staff to handle the capacity of 24 stores at about that revenue level. So that's the analysis that we did. Now with time, we'll be able to refine that. We'll know better as the ordinance gets shaped up. We'll know if there's an additional need for staff, but at a minimum, we know that there's no way that we can take on this magnitude of a program without bringing some additional resources to bear. The sooner, the better, because of the fact that it's a struggle to maintain capacity now as it is. And so while it isn't, the map is still being worked out, the ordinance specifics are still being worked out, the definition of youth centers, many different things. But we do know one thing, and that is that it'll be a very successful program if we do it correctly and if we bring in the resources to be able to manage that. And we can't do that with existing staff. So we could painfully, muddle through with a staff person here and a staff person there, learn the hard way after we get all of the complaints from our residents or the industry or from you that we're not doing it well, or we can learn from the mistakes and what other cities have done, take that in, make some educated guesses about what's the best path forward, get people on board, get this task force together and do it right.
Lorraine, I appreciate your response, and I truly am not. I'm not suggesting we do it with less staff. I'm just saying that in this presentation, if I was looking at a business division, I would say, where's the comparison to a similar model which we have in other cities? And I get a piece of it. I just didn't maybe get the full picture. If that makes more sense. And so that's all I have. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you, Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to thank the staff. I know we've gone through a lot of pains here trying to figure a lot of these things out. I do have some questions and concerns that I would like to go over briefly. As far as timelines go, I know that it takes a long time to train staff and such things. So one question I would like to ask is, for the police department, how long would it take us to staff a police officer that would be able to provide enforcement for the community regarding not only the retail stores, but the illegal operators as well? That would be my first question.
Well, Council Member, right now we currently already are enforcing that when we can, but it is officers are doing it while it's addressing other tasks. So for us right now, we have 132. We talked about this last week. We have 4 in the academy. We have another process of individuals we're looking at to get in. So we're always hiring and bringing on individuals. Based on how the direction of Measure Q goes, I will be shifting and adjusting to try to address this starting off initially, because there's going to be that expectation, but to have a more permanent solution and consistency is why we're asking for the positions. But for us, if something was happening right now, we're going to be addressing it in some form and working on it. It just will not, it'll be with all the other stuff. So I'll give an example. One of the things I'm looking at, I built the organization out to 136 positions. I know where all these positions go. Now going forward with Measure Q, I know one of the things that we probably want to look at doing is putting additional officer in CPU to go work more in a uniform presence, work with the other CPU officers as to our community policing, as well as could be directly involved with this and working with the task force. So that's me building up the organization to address this new demand based on what we already have and where we would be if we truly had our 136 in position right now. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does, and thank you. I know you've been diligently working with this on this as well. My other question would be, as far as from a code enforcement side, do you feel that we're gonna, and I don't know who this is addressed to, maybe it's whoever, and not a policing agency, but from a code enforcement side, are we going to be able to cover this with the amount of staff that we're looking at? Say if we have 25 small stores, considering all of the retailers or the vendors that are going to be coming in as well, do you foresee 7 1/4 covering that, say 2 years from now when we do have, all these stores?
Councilmember Gameros, I can respond to that.
From a code enforcement perspective, we have requested 2 positions in this case. We have been managing code enforcement activities for under the Measure X law for 3 years now actively, and we have a very good feel for how much effort and time that it takes staff to really do a good job. We have been struggling to do that considering all of the existing workload items that we have. We've been doing the best that we can, but we have used our experience and projected what we think is a very good base model for code enforcement staff that can take this through in terms of longevity. So I do feel comfortable that we can respond appropriately and have active participation in an interdepartmental task force that can really see this through, and to have an institutional memory as well that we can put to bear, but make this more efficient over time. So that's my feedback.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer and Chief Glass, for your hard work on this. I appreciate your guys' efforts. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamero. Sorry, I lost my lights. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for that as well. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, you're sitting too still in that room. Had that experience before. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all of the questions so far. It helps. It has answered some of my initial questions, and I want to, I guess, build on it a little bit. So I had some of the same questions that Councilmember Harper had about sort of matching the 7.25 to the 6 businesses. It just seemed, I was sort of puzzled by it, and I understand now please correct me if I'm wrong, that this sort of request for staffing is necessary not only to sort of build and run the legal industry in Costa Mesa, and to sort of step up enforcement on the illegal industry in Costa Mesa, but also to take load off to free up staff and support some other sort of regular ongoing city services. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, great. And if you could, I know this has been an ongoing conversation even since I've been on council, and I'm sure before, about this, the short staffing, especially in the context of everything that we want to do as a city council, and the expectations that our residents have. So we've been talking about staffing needs really across all departments, but I think especially in planning and in public works. Can you put this sort of the piece of that 7.25 that is for sort of non-cannabis support, or that sort of help some of the non-cannabis support, help me put that in context of the sort of other staffing needs, is to right size staff to the goals that we have. Is it another 7 people? Is it 2 more people? Is it 20 more people? I just want to understand the relationship there, or the context. That might be a city manager question.
I'll jump in on that one. So that's a really important question. I think that's something that we talk about and we think about quite a bit as staff, and what that number is and how do we afford it and over what time frame. I think we've talked in the past about the importance of the incrementalism, bringing positions on and making adjustments as we can afford them, as there are these opportunities, as new revenue presents itself, and looking at that. That's a conversation that I'll be having with all the departments as we go through the budget process. I don't know offhand, Carol may know better, how much we've gotten in requests from departments, although we did say don't ask for too much because we won't have a lot to really spare. But I'm sure that as I go through the next few weeks in getting ready to present a budget for you to adopt for July 1, we'll be prepared to answer that question for you, because the departments will be coming to me and asking me for the staffing, for the equipment, for the contracts, for whatever it is that they need to get the job done. And then I'll have the painful task of working with Carol to package that in a way that makes sense for just one fiscal year. But I promise you, I will tell you what's not getting funded, what's not getting addressed, and hopefully come up with a 5-year plan of how we can do that. I'm hoping that with the successful implementation of this measure, if we can do this well and we can do it right, I'm really hoping that we can build this organization back to a place where we're not always struggling so much to get things done, where we can actually just take off and just have much more flexibility and bandwidth to do even more wonderful creative things. I'm really hoping that we can do that with Measure Q, which is why this is so important to me that I'm bringing this forward to you right now, because I don't want this to be a fail for us. I think we've gone into it with the best intentions, and we need to execute it with the best intentions. And look, it's still going to be lumpy and bumpy. We'll still have complaints. Things will not happen quite the way we had planned, perhaps, and there will still be some grumbling, I'm sure. On multiple different fronts, but I think we have to go into it knowing that it's going to take additional resources so we can build this to a better place. When I talked to the city manager in Long Beach, their estimates this year came in 7 million higher. They budgeted 4 million and they're going to come in at 11. And so we know that there's a lot of possibility here, and we're trying to learn from the mistakes of others, or this experience. It's not even mistakes, but just what you learn over time. So I'm hoping that through the budget process, we can come to you with what we think we can afford for next year, and then what other requests we'll need to fund as the revenue improves, and hopefully Measure Q will be a big piece of it. But yeah, we're down one in 5 positions from where we were in 2009. We're down 108 positions. We're not going to be able to afford to restore 108. So the key is, what do we restore and when? We know that there are things that are really important to you as a council. For you, Councilmember Reynolds, you've talked to me very much about active transportation and public services and a lot of the community-facing positions. And so we'll be looking at that as we bring the budget forward, and we're going to be looking at active transportation in the engineering department for public services, and we're committed to bringing that forward. And we'll make recommendations about that and other staff that we think we may need to bring on if we can afford them. But it's going to be incremental, and it's very hard to say right now. It's 25, and this is 7 of them, because I haven't seen what the departments ask for, and they're always very modest. But we know that we're way down. We're down 108 positions from 2009 with more requirements, more regulations, smack in the middle of a pandemic. So it's going to be hard. I know that's a long-winded answer. I'll know more as I'm department.
Yeah, no, it's that's really helpful. It's a little bit tongue in cheek, but how many positions do you need to have no complaints with Cannabis? Not possible. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna. Sorry to belabor this point, but it's because I have wrestled. We're at the same time as we're trying to restore services and help staff, we're trying to watch the budget. And so I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about this, and I want to share maybe an analogy, sort of what I'm picturing and how I understand it, just to, again, make sure I'm understanding this right. So I'm picturing you, Ms. Farrell Harrison, and our city team is just like carrying this like huge load of rocks or whatever you want to call them, right? And like your back is breaking with all of the stuff we want you to do already. And we're coming to you with another enormous boulder that is the cannabis industry and saying, hey, like get this started too. So my understanding is that the 7.25 staff request is to like carry that new boulder, maybe take a few other rocks off your plate. Yes. But it's your plate is still very, very full. Okay. And what I gathered from your last answer was that yes, they'll offload. This new task force or new staff is to sort of carry this new ball and maybe offload a little bit, but it's only a dent in all of the other staffing resources that we've been talking about. Is that right?
Yeah, and hopefully it'll be more than I'm hoping it'll be more than a dent, and that it'll have just the synergy of having this team. Will maybe give us exponential results more than what we've expected. But I know that we're going to need the help, and so Really urging for you to consider this tonight. We want to do this well, and we can't. This can't be an epic fail. And we just know that we're sort of stretching. If we're a rubber band, we're right there. It's really taut, and we need those additional resources. And as this program matures, those staff will be able to flex in and out of other assignments. But I'm sure we can all agree we need more. For this, the CPU is stretched all over the place. They're not 24/7. This helps to give more capacity there on all those quality of life issues. It's our CPU. All of the quality of life issues we hear about, the bulky item pickup, the homelessness, all of those things, that's code enforcement and our CPU. That's who that is. And so we need to be able to deliver that. And again, this is not to say that it won't be somewhat bumpy. We're not going to be able to close illegal dispensaries the first time we hear a phone call. There's still a process that we have to go through, but at least we'll have more of a capacity to be able to do that as this program matures and hopefully diversifies our revenue even more.
Okay, we have Councilmember Reynolds. Any other questions? I want to open up public comment.
Yeah, just one quick question on the cost. I want to make sure I've got the understanding right, and I know it's all projections and estimates and hopefully conservative. We're looking at so 1.2 million per year, and you're saying sort of hopeful that we would be generating revenue in the second year. And then Ms. Molina, you mentioned some one-time costs. Can you just give me a sense of the one-time cost relative to the 1.2 million?
Well, there's going to be some costs, for example, what the police chief mentioned last week.
Yeah, just the scale. Just the scale. Is it? Yeah. Sorry.
We're still working out all of those one-time costs that we're going to be needing internally. I know, like, for example, the police department, they're going to need some things to help with the storage of the cannabis that they confiscate. Things like that, I'm working with the departments to be able to identify. We're hoping to come back with you during the 21-22 budget proposal to be able to add those onto the book, so to speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper, and then I'm going to open for public comment.
Real quick, Lauren, how do you, and how do other cities do it, catch unreported income from cannabis sales? Because I know a lot of it's cash, and then how do you do it? How do you catch it? How do you use your staff to do that, or technology, or whatever? How do we do that?
So there's multiple approaches. Let's start with the legal side, because that can happen even with a legal business. That can happen with any business that's self-reporting, and we have a few categories of that. It could be, that can happen on the hotel tax side. It could happen anywhere that a business in the city is self-reporting. Usually we'll catch that on the legal side. We'll catch that through the audit process. And so part of this will also help with our auditing. So we will be able to have access to the books and all of the financial statements and the inventories to be able to verify, is this a reasonable amount of gross receipts that this business is reporting to us, upon which we're assessing the 7% tax, let's say if it's 7%. So through the legal businesses, there's the auditing function and that reality check and having access to all the records to be able to affirm that the amounts that we're getting are correct, that there's no discrepancy with what's actually being generated in terms of sales tax and what we're getting. That's one front.
So also, you have a person you're going to send in to audit the books and records. Is that what you're going to do?
That's right. Yes.
Get clarity on that. That's all. That kind of answers my question. You're going to have a person that's going, one of your staff is going to go to each of these businesses on a regular basis and pull the books and records and look at the total purchases versus sales and see if you got a ratio that makes sense.
It could be in-house staff in combination with our auditors when they come to do their financial audit. That could be a piece that we work with them on, and we do that in tandem, and it's part of a team.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, is your hand up again or just left over? Okay. All right, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. I have one public commenter. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. We will call on Tom. Hi, Tom. Welcome. You can press *6 to unmute yourself. Are you there? Tom, if you want to unmute yourself, you can press *6 or press unmute on your computer. Okay, Ms. Green, is there a person named Tom there?
Madam Mayor, it's showing he's there. We've unmuted him. So if you can unmute yourself, then you can speak. There he goes.
I'm sorry. First time I've done this on my telephone. Our internet service went out today, so so much for that. Mayor, City Council members, my name's Tom Pollitt. I've been a resident here for 18 years. And a great discussion. You guys answered a lot of the questions that I had, similar to what you had. I would just maybe add another couple items to what you guys were already using to determine how many employees you should hire. First of all, if Lori needs the help, go ahead and hire him. I'm not opposed to that. But my understanding is, and I could be wrong, but we have more employees per citizen than any other city in Costa Mesa. So maybe it's an allocation situation, or we have people doing the wrong things, or that we need to move that around a little bit. But you guys are doing a much better job than you guys are doing the job, so you know if that's the case or not. And the other thing is, again, I want to mention that we've got the highest unfunded liability on our pensions of any city in Orange County. And any hiring of new people and just increases that unfunded liability. And without a plan to cut that, I'm concerned that someday it may bite us in the butt. Thank you very much. Great discussion, you guys. Keep on doing the good work.
Thanks, Mr. Pollitt. Okay, if there's anyone else wishing to speak to this item, press *9 on your telephone, or unmute yourself or raise your hand on the hand raise feature on the computer. Okay, I have Marcus Vick. Mr. Vick? Hello? If you press *6 on your telephone, it will unmute you. Okay, we'll close public comment and council. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Chavez.
I'll second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, this is good. We needed to do this. We needed to get the folks on board in order to make this program successful. We've got, plenty of work to go around. I'm going to be thinking about boulders and rocks for a while. Yeah, this is an important step. I think my only reservation would be that I know we're still working on the ordinance and that we're still making changes to what's going to be finalized. And so I know this is going to evolve somewhat, but I think this is a bare minimum requirement. And so I'm happy to make this motion and move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things we always say is, governmental service to our community, and it's hard for us to be as effective service makers without having staff to help us out. I know this will go a long way to alleviate some of the stress that our staff feels. It's not lost on me how much you guys do for our city and for our council. We're a very active council. We want a lot of things, and you guys always deliver for us. So I think, adding a few more people to the team will be very helpful in getting us doing more great things for our community.
All right, Councilmember Harper, then Reynolds.
Yeah, I just, Carol and Lorianne, I respect you guys a lot. Sorry for all my tough questions, or seemingly tough, but I do support you staffing up and getting this right, and really do appreciate it. So thanks for answering all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'll echo the previous comments. When I and Councilmember Chavez and Mara were elected, and we did our first strategy session, we talked about diversifying revenue, and I think we've always recognized this as a really important new potential, hopefully very large revenue stream. While it's, admit it feels a little bit scary to say, let's hire this whole new team, I recognize that it's what we need to do this successfully. So thank you for the staff report, and thank you for answering all of the questions.
Okay, thank you. And I too will support the motion. I think myself and Ms. Barlow and Chief Glass are the only two that have survived all these painful years with the short staffing that we've had since about 2011. And so it's about time. And Chief Glass, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you on reaching the budget for the police department and then reaching it so that we could give you more. And I know that it's been a long time coming, and it makes everyone's job in the department so much easier. It also helps us to get out, like everyone was talking about, in those community policing units, and get out into the specialty units so that we could do more, to have more interaction with our community. Back in the old days, I remember, we have a lot more interaction with our community, with our HOAs and with our schools. And I'm looking forward to the time when that comes back. And I really appreciate you leading the way in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And we're going to continue to do that. Quality of life issues is a focus for us, as well as community engagement interaction. Now that we're getting past COVID and going forward, but thanks to all the support from you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Appreciate it, and it goes very far in our organization, and make sure we're always advocating for the support that you've given us.
Thank you. And I want to also I know this has been a really robust conversation. I want to thank Councilmember Harper for the hard questions, Councilmember Reynolds for the thoughtful discussion. I think what we have is a really good plan going forward. Thank you, Councilmember Gameros, for your good questions. I do think it's an excellent plan going forward, because we really do want to be successful in this new revenue source, and that we want to be successful so that it has the least impact on the community with the greatest benefit. So thank you for having the courage to bring this item forward. I know people in your position don't like bringing forward requests for staffing. However, you can't get the work done without people. So thank you so much. And I just want to clarify, Ms. Molina, adding these doesn't increase our unfunded pension liability. Actually, it might help us to pay down our pension because I have more employees to cover those retirees that we've been paying for, right? You don't have to answer. Okay, call for the question, Ms. Green.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yeah.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for our break for the We are back. Welcome back. We have new business item number 3. Ms. Green, will you please read the title?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frontline grocery workers hazard pay. Presentation by Ms. Farrell Harrison, City Manager.
Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. Tonight, this item regarding the frontline grocery workers hazard pay is a request where we're seeking council direction on whether to work with the city attorney to draft an urgency ordinance for consideration at a future city council meeting, requiring local grocery stores to provide hazard pay to their frontline grocery store workers for a defined period of time during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll just give a verbal presentation to you, a brief verbal presentation to you regarding this item. So at the request of Mayor Foley and Mayor Pro Tem Mar, staff is bringing this forward for your consideration for a $4 per hour to sunset in 120 days adjustment for grocery store workers. Since the pandemic started last year in March, grocery store workers are considered essential workers while many other businesses closed. Grocery stores were still open throughout the nation, as you know, in order to enable for everyone to obtain their groceries, some supplies, etc., and have been somewhat disproportionately impacted relative to other workers. And so early on in the pandemic, grocery stores did provide hazard pay to frontline grocery store workers, and then it was discontinued despite the fact that the pandemic has continued to this day for now a year. And so some cities have granted and have adopted these urgency ordinances in order to retain the staffing to incentivize grocery store workers to continue to work in this essential service, that they're not leaving to other positions, and that continue to function in this capacity to allow for grocery stores to be able to provide the services that are needed by the public during the pandemic. And so this item tonight is for your consideration. There's obviously a staff report with additional information, but what we're seeking for is direction on whether to bring an urgency ordinance forward for your consideration at a future meeting. And that concludes my report.
All right. Council, any questions? Seeing no hands raised, I will, Councilmember Harper and then Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Do you want to go first, Andrea? No? You'll ask better questions. I was hoping you would first. How many grocery stores are we talking about?
Mar, very preliminary review, and it was a quick review that we conducted today. We believe there are about 12 grocery stores that would have that national presence. And so just about 12 within our city boundaries.
You're talking about making 12 stores raise their wages $4 an hour for frontline employees. Just 12.
Correct. That's our estimate of what
how many employees are affected per store?
We don't have the employee data yet that we've looked at. We could bring that back for, if you direct us to bring this back, then we would come back with that information. But we do believe that there are at least 12 stores that have at least 300 employees nationwide, because they are the larger chains like Trader Joe's, Vons, Smart and Final, et cetera. But how many employees are in each location, we're not aware of that at this time.
Any idea? 20, 50, 100, and no idea at all? I mean, I don't know either, Lori. I have no idea how many people it take to run a grocery store.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at our business license database. Sometimes we have the worker information. We could pull that together. But one of the metrics that some of the other cities are using is at least 15 employees per store is an estimate. And then about 300 nationwide.
And each of those employees works 8 hours a day. And I'm going to assume that. In a legal action, which there's been illegal actions against cities that have done this, what's our potential damages? Is it the wages? Would they sue for the wages that they're paying plus the benefits that they're added to those wages?
Farlow?
Yes, it's hard to say, but typically if they're seeking injunctive relief, The damages, if you will, would be attorney's fees if they were successful on certain claims. And I would expect that if they were successful, their efforts would be to recoup those wages from the employees as opposed to from the city. That's not to say they might not seek that, but I don't think that that would be obtainable. So far, looking at the legal issues, the cities that have done this and have been sued have successfully fought them off so far. Again, none of those cases has come to final adjudication at this point.
Right. So let me be clear. If they would pursue the grocery stores would pursue the city to recoup the wages they paid to employees, right?
They certainly could try to do that. I don't think they would be successful.
You don't think it'd be successful, but would that be the damages, the calculation for damages?
Typically,
I'm trying to figure out what that lawsuit means.
Right. Typically, the injunction, the effort to stop it would happen preliminarily, and they would have many opportunities to have that done prior to any payment. So normally, their remedy, if they were ultimately successful, would be to collect their attorney's fees, and then to take whatever steps they legally can to recoup the money from the people it was paid to, which is not the city.
Wow, that's okay. Got it.
Damages, they would be seeking injunctive relief, not damages.
They would seek to stop doing it. They couldn't get financial recoup money from the city telling them how much to pay employees. Because they're not going to get it back from the employees. I think that's unrealistic. But I don't want to argue with you at all, Kim. Why are we not? Let me go back to how many of these stores, these 12 stores, have union employees? And what's the ratio of union versus private employees or non-union employees in these stores?
That's not information that we have that we're privy to.
Pardon me, we don't know. Yeah, we do not know. And then why are we not considering other industries? Because I'm looking at a University of California, San Francisco study, and I don't find grocery stores in the top 30 of risky industries compared to other industries. And I'll use the example of, outdoor dining, our waiters and waitresses that serve people, they're higher risk. So why are we not considering other pay for other industries in our city? And anybody can answer that.
I think some of the arguments have been there when you're looking at the categories of frontline or essential workers. Many of them are either compensated at a higher level. Let's take doctors, nurses, first responders, versus our grocery store workers that have a different level, quite frankly, of compensation. And so I think that those are some of the arguments that have been put forward as it relates to the additional compensation for grocery store workers. It's just that pretty significant discrepancy between a six-figure income for the other levels of essential workers, which inherently the nature of that job would be to participate in a disaster. So I think we would all understand and recognize that a doctor, a nurse, a police officer, a firefighter, an emergency manager, those folks are all trained, particularly in emergency management, disaster planning. That is part and parcel of the compensation. It's built in because you're addressing emergent issues, as opposed to a grocery store worker that is basically there to work for the benefit of the public to come and purchase groceries, but not to be at the front lines in an emergency or a pandemic such as COVID-19. So I think that's some of the arguments in support of incentivizing in this way and then maintaining the workforce as a result.
So you're saying it's a relationship of actual pay. So we're trying to remedy a pay issue that you see as relative. I understand what you said. And I'm looking at the list of high risk industries, and they include things like maids and housekeeping, cooks, chefs, bartenders that are more risky than frontline grocery store workers. And so
and I know some of those categories, including I mentioned waitresses and waiters in our outdoor seating that we shut down. They're actually coming out statistically a higher risk ratio of catching it and dying than grocery stores. So again, I'm asking, did anybody look at any of that data before we brought this agenda item forward?
I'm not familiar with the report that you're looking at, but I think another argument would be that for a grocery store worker, there is the continuous proximity to the public as well. That's another factor. And so while there may be some other positions that are essential workers or that may be high risk, it's that consistent, prolonged exposure in that setting for that. And also, you may recall that early in the pandemic, there was a big push in terms from the industry, from grocery workers, feeling that they weren't getting the protections and the requirements from their employers that many of us in the public sector were receiving, and other facilities too, as it relates to the protections, the hand washing, the masking up, requiring the public to be safe and have masks as they were entering, the plexiglass. Those things came over time, but that was a struggle as well.
That's historical. And again, I'm just referring to not how someone feels. I'm referring to the science. And to me, we haven't looked at and I'm looking at the actual study and the data. And you're right, I'm not considering what the history's been. I'm just looking at the data where the high risk stuff is, and it doesn't seem to warrant it. And so the answer is really, we didn't look at the data of where the high risk industries are. Is that fair? I don't think we had it. So.
Madam Mayor.
Muted.
Sorry. Yeah. Councilmember Harper, did you have, I think she answered your question. Did you have another question?
Yeah, no, I think she did. I don't think we looked at the actual study at all. So I appreciate that. So I'm done.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Moore, and then Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we have a rule at the city that we generally don't engage staff time for more than a couple of hours without a vote of the council. And so part of the reason for bringing this forward is so that we can get council direction for staff to go do some of that research. And so just as a matter of procedure, the intent of the vote tonight is to determine whether or not that's something that's worth staff time. And the expectation is not that they've got it all kind of fully baked for us. So just wanted to make sure that was clear to folks. And then also when we turn it over to public comment, certainly your opinion on whether or not we should move this forward, but then also if there are specific elements of a potential ordinance or something that you think we should include when we bring it back, then that's also helpful. That was it. That was more of a comment.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
Actually, I'll wait at the public comment to make my comments.
Okay. We'll open this item up for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature on your computer, or press *9 on your telephone. And when I call on you, press *6 to be unmuted. We'll start with Ms. Goodwin Noriega.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Foley and council members and staff. First, I just want to say what a joy to watch you guys in action. Such respect for each other and such preparation. Really, thank you for all the work you do. It's fantastic. Anyway, my name is Eva Goodwin Noriega, and my husband, Cosme Noriega, he's here at my side. We are both members of Orange Coast Unitarian Universalist Church here in Costa Mesa. And we were informed of this issue being on the agenda by CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. We informed by our minister. We, my husband and I, wholeheartedly support the passage of Agenda Item 3, the hazard pay ordinance for our amazing grocery workers. We know that when hired, most grocery workers were not expecting a job that would one day endanger their lives. This is a critical difference between them and their fellow heroes in police and fire departments across the country. And yet we've seen our grocery workers step up to this mighty task despite the inadequate compensation provided by their corporate employers over the past year, gradually getting better. Meanwhile, large grocery corporations have reaped record-setting pandemic profits and failed to acknowledge the immeasurable sacrifices of their own employees. So we owe it to our grocery workers to get them the hazard pay they so deserve. Our Unitarian Universalist faith has as two of its 7 guiding principles the following: the inherent worth and dignity of every person, and respect for the interdependent web of all existence of which we are a part. In light of these principles, we as a community should be economically showing respect for these grocery workers that we have as a society, as a country, verbally in the media given so much praise to in the last year. Let us put our money where our mouths are. So we, my husband and I, are very excited and proud that Costa Mesa is taking the lead on this social justice issue. This ordinance will give other cities in Orange County the courage to pass dignified ordinances like this one as well. So thank you for standing with us and our grocery workers. Eva Cosme Noriega and Eva Goodwin Noriega and Cosme Noriega. That would be faster. All these long names. Anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up. Okay, next speaker is the phone number ending in 148. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Marianne Alarcon. I have been a Stater Brothers employee for 30 years now, currently working in produce at Store 25 in Costa Mesa. Over the past year, we have had numerous employees at our store become infected with COVID-19. We currently have one out now. Even I was out 2 months ago recovering from the virus. Despite the fact that my coworkers and I have suffered through this virus, those of us who were still on the job picked up the slack, and we all returned to work immediately after we recovered. There's no way for us to work remotely like we are now in this meeting. Real people have to show up in person and perform a real job so that other people have the food and other critical items they need. We don't know if those of us who were infected have developed any sort of immunity when we might have access to a vaccine or when the next COVID variant is going to run rampant. We just know that we have to suit up and show up or people donate. Please consider supporting us as we bravely continue to perform our very essential duties during these dangerous and challenging times. Thank you for taking the time to hear us.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking. Phone number ending in 309. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Hello? Phone number ending in 309.
Would it be 2309?
Yeah, the last 3 numbers are 309. That's you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Nora Whittington. Thank you so much for listening. I work at Vaughn's, and I've been there for 15 years. The reason I wanted to be a part of the council meeting is to express, and I cannot overemphasize the importance of the hazard pay. Let me begin by explaining firsthand the experience of how I've been watching and dealing with the COVID and employees that have gotten sick at work. There have been several. I have not only witnessed firsthand with the co-workers working side by side and only to find out that they've been infected, praying that myself or any other co-workers did not get it. Then to hear and talk to these co-workers on the phone when they're home sick in bed, having distress, and so worried about no wages, no savings, no money, can't pay their bills, rent, or get food, waiting for the company to pay them, and none of them have ever been paid the whole time they've been off. Those of us that are left behind working, still dealing with customers on a daily basis that refuse to wear their masks, and dealing with the management that allow the customers to continue shopping because they're in fear of the customers calling corporate. It has taken a physical and mental toll, a stress on our bodies. I see the eyes of my coworkers, the fear in their eyes. It is a horrifying experience to work and knowing that there's customers with no mask on, and you have to help them. I personally help care for my elderly mom, who's 89 years old. I also have 3 grandchildren. My daughter has a pace setter, an ILR heart recording device that has been implanted underneath her chest in case her heart stops. This daughter is also pregnant with twins. I am her only caregiver in helping her when she has these babies. She is scheduled for a C-section. It is imperative that I stay healthy and do everything in my power not to get infected with COVID. Once again, it's about the money. Grocery stores have not missed a beat on revenue. As a matter of fact, their goals on the managers have increased. It's never enough. While they sit in their offices demanding
Excuse me,
higher
Madam
goals-
Mayor, it's been 3 minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming out tonight or speaking. Okay, next speaker, the phone number ending 148. Please press *6 on your telephone. Please press *6 on your telephone. Speaker with the phone number ending with the last 3 numbers, 148. You can press *6. Okay, Ms. Green, I think we'll move to the next speaker. Phone number ending in 679. You can press *6. There you go.
Greetings, everyone. My name's Adam Overton. I'm a faith-rooted organizer with CLUE, Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice in Orange County. It's a privilege to be here with y'all and on the line with these incredible grocery workers who have sacrificed so much for us in the last year. Humbled to be on the line with them. As you've probably received a number of letters today from pastors and lay leaders throughout Costa Mesa and the county, we at CLUE wholeheartedly support the passage of Agenda Item 3, the Hazard Pay Ordinance for grocery workers. Since the beginning of the pandemic, these heroic grocery workers have been on the front lines, risking their health and the lives of them and their families, just in order to keep us fed and nourished. Meanwhile, large grocery corporations have reaped record-setting pandemic profits, investing much of that in stock buyback schemes to increase the value of their stock price, and ultimately failed to acknowledge the immeasurable sacrifices of their own employees. While some chains have done better and have paid more or less here or there, for the most part, most of them have not. Most grocery workers have not been paid any hazard pay since last summer. We owe it to our grocery workers to get them the hazard pay that they and their families truly deserve. we're really grateful that Costa Mesa has been taking up this issue and is continuing that conversation again tonight. We appreciate that y'all are taking the lead on what is a righteous issue. These grocery workers deserve to thrive. They deserve to be rewarded. Many of their other family members, whether infected or not, have been laid off. Many of them are sole breadwinners in their families now during the pandemic. They did not sign up to become first responders, and yet they have continued to do that for us. Again, just so humbled to be on the line with these incredible grocery workers, and we'll be praying that you guys will stand with them, and will vote yes on this measure. So thank you so much, and thanks for standing with our grocery workers. God bless.
Thank you. We're going to try again. Speaker with the phone number ending in 148. Are you there? And can you press *6 on your telephone? Okay, we're going to move to Reverend Sadie Columber. Press *6 on your telephone.
Can you hear me? Hi, I just want to thank you all. What a wonderful meeting, and I really enjoyed watching the way that we do business here in Costa Mesa. My name is Sadie Columber, and I am the senior pastor of Harbor Christian Church in Newport Beach. I'm speaking though to Costa Mesa because I actually live in Costa Mesa, and most of my congregation also lives in Costa Mesa, and we're really concerned about the grocery workers in our community. Many of us have spent time in grocery stores here, and we've witnessed public coming in without masks. We've witnessed this frontline work. That's frankly, it's disturbing to see how many in our own community have not protected the most vulnerable and those who are on the front lines. And just hearing a couple of the grocery workers speak tonight has really humbled me to realize just what it means to be on the front line in the grocery stores. I've only witnessed little incidents, and hearing from the one woman who spoke earlier and her family situation just makes me know that the stance of our church is that this absolutely needs to be studied. We completely wholeheartedly support you. And we just want you to know that Christians in this community who are actually on the side of the marginalized, just like Jesus was, are really proud to stand with you as a city council and see you act in justice. And we just want you to know we're here, we're watching you, we appreciate you, and we really just hope that tonight you will vote to allow the education on this and the research on this so that we can move forward and support the people in our community who actually live here. I hate the idea of stockholders getting wealthy while those who live in this community are suffering. And I find it just so strange that we're having to fight so hard to get what is obviously deserved by these hardworking people who've been in this from the very beginning. So I just wanted to come and say that I support not just myself, but an entire community of people that live in Costa Mesa and Newport Beach area. And we're just so proud that we're talking about this. And we just hope that tonight the council will vote for justice for those who are in need, and that there won't be much, time for us to spend talking about why this isn't important, because it is absolutely important. I can't see any reason to not pass a $4 increase for people who are already probably not being paid enough. And we've all seen the way that grocery chains have made a lot of money in this. And of course, that's wonderful. Its problem is it's not profit when you're not paying your employees what they need to be paid in order to feel safe and feel as though they are being treated with dignity. So I just wanted to speak on the side of the grocery workers, and I want to make sure that you all understand I'm speaking for an entire community of people, not just for myself. And I really appreciate your time this evening. That's all I have to say. And just thank you so much for doing this important work in our community. It means a lot to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, I'll try one more time. Phone number ending in 148. If you want to press *6. Okay, we'll move to speaker with the phone number ending in 266. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Matt Bell. I'm Secretary Treasurer of UFCW Local 324. We represent about 16,000 grocery and retail drug workers in Orange County and South LA. Just want to kind of answer some of the questions that were brought up earlier and give perspective. The Kroger company, which is the parent company of Ralph's, since the onset of COVID, has had a $2 billion profit margin and has spent $1.2 billion on stock buybacks rather than actually giving that money to the workers that make them those profits. And to bring it even closer to home, the Ralph's in Costa Mesa has had a 24% sales increase since the onset of COVID, and the Vons in Costa Mesa has had a 33% sales increase since the onset of COVID. So it's not like these companies do not have the ability to pay for it. They absolutely do. UFCW represents 6 grocery stores in the city of Costa Mesa and 8 drugstores that would be affected. And to give some kind of context, we've had 68 members total that have contracted COVID in the city of Costa Mesa, 52 of them in the grocery stores and 16 of them in the drugstores. So just to give the percentages, that's 14% of the grocery workers that we represent in the city have contracted COVID, and 16% of the drugstore workers in Costa Mesa in the Rite Aids and CVS have contracted COVID, which is a much, much larger number than the average population in general. So that gives you perspective that these workers that have been on the front line since the beginning of this pandemic and have not taken the days off, they have shown up every single day. Like was said before, that they didn't sign up to be heroes, but definitely they are. And it's now time for the companies to actually step forward and to pay them as heroes rather than just claiming that they're heroes. Also, this is passed in the city of Long Beach as well. And that lawsuit, the injunction last week, was denied by the federal judge, which kind of shows the way that this is going to go. And we're on very good legal standing for this to pass. Also want to bring to the council's attention that about 30 minutes ago, the city of Santa Ana passed this very same measure under an urgency ordinance. So it is clear that not only the cities such as LA, San Mateo, even Seattle are moving this forward, but even here in Orange County, the city of Irvine has moved this forward. The city of Santa Ana has just moved this forward. It's imperative that cities step in now to make sure that these workers in these grocery and retail drugstores are not only, like I said, called heroes, but that these companies put their money where their mouth is. They've reaped huge profits, and it's now time for them to pay the money that these workers absolutely deserve. So I would ask the city council to move forward and direct city staff to put this ordinance together and to move forward as quickly as possible so these workers can get the money that they truly deserve. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ms. Abraham. You can press *6 on your telephone to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'm going to make a comment regarding Councilmember Harper's question. Just to let you know, I have worked in the healthcare industry for over 13 years as a pharmacy technician, and I have not been trained to deal with a pandemic. A pandemic does not equate emergency medicine. So I don't think it's fair for pharmacy technicians, orderlies, nurses, or even doctors who are in labor and delivery, or they work in private sector that deal with patients that are sick, to not ask for money. I don't know a single nurse, and I have a lot of nurse friends who make a 6-figure salary. Only private sector makes 6-figure salary. And it is not fair to say that they are not essential, they're not deserving of a hero pay when they are dealing with the sickest level of patients. They are in ICU units, dealing with people who are at a very high level than someone who is able to put on a mask and go to the grocery store. Secondly, if it is so dangerous for us to go to the grocery stores, does that mean that the masks and the plexiglasses and the 6 feet social distancing, none of that is working for us? It doesn't make sense. It is the most unscientific argument I have heard. And 12 stores. I live in District 6. I live off of Orange and 22nd. Within my 5 block of where I live, and Mr. Harlan, who lives in my district and is my council representative, We have over 12 grocery stores. Who is to say that the employees of 12 stores in Costa Mesa are deserving of a hero pay and no one else is? Are the Instacart shoppers gonna be deserving of this $4? They are also going there and picking up our groceries and delivering it to us. None of this makes sense. None of it. I'm sorry. I know I'm passionate about this because I have a lot of family members who are in healthcare. I have police officer friends. I have first responders. I have worked in healthcare. And to say that they should not be on the same level, pay everyone. Anyone who's out there working right now is a hero. They really are. And if you're going to keep saying, oh, the city of Santa Ana passed it tonight, just don't answer this question publicly. But is it really our goal to become Santa Ana at this point? Have you seen their budget? Have you been there? I have. I've done cleanups in Santa Ana. Please do not move us towards Santa Ana. Let's aim for higher. Let's do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think Irvine also passed this. 877, phone number ending in 877. You can press *6. Are you there? You can press *6 on your telephone. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lori Wilkerson, and I'm a checker at Stater Brothers here in Costa Mesa. I just wanted to let you know what it's been like for us as essential workers at the grocery store. We see hundreds of people every day, and not everyone will wear a mask, and not everyone will be nice about not wearing the mask. None of us signed up to be mask police, but that's what we are now, and lack of enforcement from management puts us at greater risk. None of us were able to stay home and stay safe as cases rose and continue to rise. Work continues to be very scary. A lot of us have kids. We have the added pressures of being an essential worker and having to find additional means of childcare. Customers come in for their food and medication and regularly will say, oh, I have to go home and quarantine now. Or I had a fever this morning. How is that safe? We're not 6 feet away. Not everyone does wear the mask. I realize it would work if everybody did what they were supposed to do, but it's not a perfect world. They don't. My mother is 80 years old. She has COPD and congestive heart failure. I take care of her. I come home at night. I go to the garage. I take off all my clothes, and then I come in the house and take a shower before I even talk to anyone in my family. I don't want to pass this on to anybody. I don't think it's fair that there are people that think we don't work hard or that this is our job, the nature of our job. We never signed up for this. We got stuck with this. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker is, all we have here on the screen is Galaxy Note 10 Plus. So if you are Galaxy Note 10 Plus, I'm not sure if you'll know, but press *6 on your telephone.
Good evening. This is Galaxy Note 10 Plus, so they're also known as Isaac Guerrero. I am Isaac Guerrero. I worked for Stater Brothers for over 16 years. 12 of those years have been for the community of Costa Mesa. Just want to start off the bat that I love my profession. I'm a meat manager. During this tough time, I helped many families get food, and the struggles. But we do face risks. We do have customers that show up with no masks. On busy weekends, we do not enforce crowd control. And our pay should match the risk and hazards that we face throughout time. I also got COVID, and then I brought that and I gave it to my brother. And it was very tough. Please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Glad you're feeling better. Okay, phone number ending in 107. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Are you there?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Greg Smith. I work for Ralph's at 380 East 17th Street in Costa Mesa. As a 30-year produce clerk, I am your green grocer. The essential food and retail stores we work in provide the goods and services for our communities depend on no matter the risks involved. We go to work and we serve our communities every day, never forgetting we put ourselves and our families at risk. Both of my parents have underlying health conditions. My mother is a cancer survivor and my father has diabetes, which puts them at a high risk. As we all are aware, these serious effects from the virus could lead to catastrophic results. The daily risks we face within the workplace are real and sometimes out of control. For example, it's not uncommon for customers to surprise us on the sales floor with up close and personal engagement, asking for assistance, with face coverings down on their chins. Yes, these reckless encounters put us at a greater risk to the virus. It's true. The risks are elevated when guards and masks are down. Customers are growing weary of the routine, which leads to greater risks in our stores. Risks are also increased due to customer volume. Our stores are busier than ever. Not only do the increase in customers contribute to more profits for the companies, it also increases the health risks to our work environment. Customer door flow enforcement and store occupancy maximums are often in violation of safe social distancing guidelines. These unsafe practices are mostly overlooked and usually ignored altogether by management during these busiest of times because of the importance of profits. The prime times during the day are our busiest in terms of customer traffic and flow. During these most susceptible peak hours of the day, guards are down, and safe social distancing practices are often overlooked because we are caught up in the chaos these high volume stores produce. This is why I come before you to tell my story. And I have delivered you 426 signed petitions from grocery store and drugstore union members asked to pass the mandate for the extra pay in which we truly deserve.
Thank you.
We all have to
The time
remember
is up.
these companies are making record-breaking profits.
Thank you so much.
We
Thank you.
also have to never forget the daily risks we face, not only for us as essential workers, but for our friends and families whom fear for all of them. Thank you for your time to hear my story and our request.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Ms. Lees. You can press *6 on your telephone.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you, Councilwoman or Mayor Pro Tem Mar, for clarifying that this is kind of a preliminary request and that there's still more research that needs to be done. I noted, I sent you an email. Trader Joe's had already given a $2 an hour raise. They just announced that they're going to up it to $4 an hour. So what is the role of government? Is the role of a city council to mandate, to give an edict to private business to give employees raises for hazard pay? It is not the role of government. That there are unions. Why I have great empathy for these workers, but they have unions that should be going to their union bosses and negotiating hazard pay, and that should be in the next report. Also, where I work, it's somewhat hazardous, and my employer gave us a very generous debit card. Nobody asked. It was just the right thing to do. So some employers are doing it because it's the right thing to do. I'd like to see what these phenomenal, the money, the billions of dollars and the profits that are being made, that needs to be in the report. Also, grocery workers have an option. I went on, when COVID happened a year ago, I went on unemployment. And so grocery workers have that option to go on unemployment until they feel that the conditions with a plexiglass and washing hands and masks it's safe. I went back when all those safety conditions were in place at my place of work. And there is risk in life. You could be driving somebody's coming down the wrong way of the freeway on your way home or on the way to work. And we can't eliminate the risk, but the problem needs to be solved with the business. You could write them a letter. You could have a grocery workers recognition somehow and maybe get a 10% off or 20% off of some businesses but I do not think we need to go down this road. It sets a precedent. And just because other cities are doing it, I think you got to wait it out and see how it goes up the appeals court. But we must not enter into this uncharted territory, but instead, let's focus on ways to save money at City Hall. Just talked about hiring more people and ways to bring in more businesses to Costa Mesa. Please stay out of local business operations and what the owners pay their employees. It's none of your business. That's why we have free markets. That's why we have free enterprise. We don't have government telling.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Your time is done.
Thank you for your time.
Speaker is Tom.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Tom Pollitt, and I'm resident of Costa Mesa for 18 years. And I think it's pretty clear that this is a wonderful thing you guys are considering. It would make a lot of people happy, that's for sure. And I was thinking that staff should check, maybe we should consider doing more by adding the employees at Target or CVS or Walgreens. They're all frontline employees. They're in the same situation as the grocery workers. We might even consider the employees at South Coast Plaza. I know that when I went there at Christmas time, they were struggling with the COVID situation. And of course, there's the employers on Harbor Boulevard, the auto dealers. They stayed open to fix our cars so that we could go to work, so that we could be first responders. So I would encourage staff to look at making it all first line employees, not just grocery workers, but all of them. And it's obvious that from the people that are calling in today that it's a popular idea. I was concerned about the lawsuits, and Lori said that it doesn't look like that's an issue, so I'll take her word for that. But we certainly don't need any more lawsuits in Costa Mesa. One other thing that the staff should probably look into, maybe the attorney could do this. If you decide that you only want to go with the grocery workers, maybe those of you that received donations, campaign donations from unions would recuse themselves. It would probably be a conflict of interest since the unions have supported you. If you've received any, I don't know who has. And I thank you for the consideration. I thank you for the job you're doing. And believe me, I didn't think I'd be done by 10 o'clock. I congratulate you on that too. Thanks.
With the phone number ending in 596, please press *6 to unmute yourself. phone number ending in 590.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, I'm sorry. My name is Javier Tara. I'm a food clerk at Vaughn's, store 2513 in Costa Mesa. I've been an employee for Vaughn's for a little over 4 years. I sat through all this just to urge you all to consider hazard pay, simply because our employer is an essential business, which makes us essential workers. Since the beginning of this pandemic, the food and grocery industry went up, bringing in millions and millions of dollars for our employer, but just more work, extra shifts for us employees. We also expose ourselves on a daily basis, interact with hundreds and hundreds of customers. And that is pretty much all I had to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Castanetti. Press star 6 on your telephone. There
Hi,
you
good evening. I'd like to speak in favor of this item. For a year of quarantine, my wife and I have not seen our grandkids, our children, our friends, our neighbors. We have not interacted with them at all. We have interacted regularly with grocery store workers. They provide an essential service, and they are there almost under duress. Are there other workers that have paid a severe price during this pandemic? You bet. Waiters, waitresses, cooks, busboys, they've all paid a dear price, but most of their businesses shut down. They weren't required to be there. I consider the grocery workers to be on the same level as first responders. And I would just like to say that I think they deserve this. And you know, to hear another speaker make it sound like this was coming out of the city budget, no, it isn't. You know, there was a suggestion that maybe you should like force the industry to do right by their employees. Well, that's exactly what this is. So while many of you may know me, you know that I sleep in Huntington Beach, but I shop in Costa Mesa. And I spend my tax money in Costa Mesa, so I feel I have a right to speak to this issue. So I want to say I support it. I commend you for doing the Christian thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker with the phone number ending 511, you can press star 6 to unmute yourself. Speaker with the phone number ending in 511. Last 3 digits of the phone number is 511. You can press star 6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Hello? You can speak now. You have the floor. Phone number ending in 511. Okay, we're going to move to the next speaker. We'll come back to you if you can figure it out. Next speaker is the phone number ending in 762. You can press star 6 on your telephone.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alma Gutierrez, and I work here at Ralph's in Costa Mesa. I am also a Costa Mesa resident. As an essential worker, we've been helping to keep the economy running while risking our lives to serve our community. Every day I come into work and I see large groups of people that come into the store to shop. These companies are continuing to benefit from the pandemic, whereas we, the employees, are being treated unfairly. I go to work every morning full of fear of getting sick and bringing it home to my asthmatic daughter. I ensure to take extra precautions to keep her from getting sick. As a single parent, I am in a situation where I must go to work to provide for my daughter and I spoke to a vast number of people who work here at Ralph's that are in the similar situation as I am. I find it to be quite honestly exhausting trying to stay healthy, yet stimulating assuring to maintain a consistent income every month. As the pandemic continues, we are overworked, underpaid, and with fear of getting sick. Grocery and retail store companies have earned record-breaking profits this year. I'm sure they can afford to increase hazard pay to workers. I urge you to vote on this issue today so that these companies can take in consideration all our sacrifices and our hard work we do. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, we'll try again. Speaker with the phone number ending 511. You can press *6 on your telephone if your phone number ends with the last 3 numbers 511. Maybe your volume is down. You want to try to turn up your volume? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, we'll come back to you again. Next speaker is Mr. Chapman. Are you
Good
there?
evening, Council. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, who's an evangelical Anglican Church of America bishop. And he's here with me, so we're doing this together. First and foremost, thank you for your service to the city. But I'd like to ask, is it the Council's responsibility to determine winners and losers and change the basic principles of a free market competitive economy? I believe the answer is no. I'm calling in opposition moving forward on this agenda item. On the practical note, the city can expect to be sued immediately if this item passes in support. Even though that issue has been addressed, we still don't know if other lawsuits can happen, and our city doesn't need that. Council members will have to determine if it is fiscally responsible to enter the city into such costly litigation at a time when our city faces multi-million-dollar deficit. Costa Mesa currently has a history in recent years of being anti-business. This is something I learned while speaking to business owners in District 2 in the year of 2020. We as a city should work to build partnership instead of welcoming an us versus them environment in our city, utilizing broad stroke stats that are cherry picked. This proposal is an infringement on free enterprise, and at very minimum, it is an overreach of city council authority. While I can respect the sympathy for the workers, and while I am heartened by their individual stories, council members should not place their thumbs on the scale to favor special interests, whether they be unions or corporations. You have no business telling an industry what they should pay their employees above what is required by state and federal law. In addition, it has already been pointed out, some of these organizations have already stepped up to take care of its employees and to go that extra mile, and good for them. Wage negotiations should be left to the unions and the corporations. The city should not be in this business. I encourage a no vote to move forward as someone who has been working in property management with seniors who are vulnerable to COVID-19 and being married to someone who is vulnerable in that age range that I too can bring home. So again, I encourage a no vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is the phone number ending 386. You can press *6 on your telephone to unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 386. You can press *6.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. I will say I work for Ralph's, and I've been doing this for over a year, since before the pandemic. And I do believe we are an essential worker. We're not bartenders or maids. You know, those are more luxury items. And I've had to deal with, COVID, threats 8 times, and that's being called out of work and having to go get tested. And then, I still go into work when I'm clear. I still deal with people who don't want to wear masks, and I, still put on a happy face and use customer service even when they don't want to be friendly, because it's my obligation to give some sort of peace during this time to these people. Even though I have 3 kids at home that I take care of, and I put them at risk, and it's just something to consider, that it is a necessity, and that when everything was closing down, we were still there. I'm not trying to say we're the same as nurses and doctors and, EMTs, but we were still there. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker is James. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, how's it going? I just wanted to say that I really do appreciate all of the hard work that all of these employees have done. I think the unions have done an extraordinarily good job at providing them fantastic health care and fantastic pay on top of all of that. I think that they have been spoken for from years prior to COVID and even to today. But what I don't think is that they're heroes, because when a hero comes to mind, I genuinely think that they would actually help somebody instead of push them out of their store or call the police at Mother's Market and have them arrested. I don't think that's very heroish. What I think is a hero is those doctors, those nurses that would literally get arrested or fined or get their credentials revoked if they turn down any type of individual that walked through their emergency room doors. I personally have seen that because I am an actual first responder. I cannot turn anybody down because of, number one, I actually care who comes in. I actually care who gets sick, and I actually care who gets help. When you push somebody out the door, when you call the police, that's not a hero. That's somebody who wants to get paid more. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is the phone number ending 511. You can press *6 on your telephone. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. And otherwise, this will be our last speaker.
Hello?
Yes. Hi there.
Hi, good evening. Sorry about that. My name is Trinity, and I've been working for Vons for 3 going on 4 years now at the location on Orange and 17th Street. Vons was my first ever job, and working with this company has given me so many irreplaceable memories. One of many being working in a pandemic setting that none of us had anticipated having to work within. Over the course of this last year, we, on a grocery retail level, have had to handle a workload that is far above our pay grade. Wearing masks for hours for our own safety and the safety of our customers, while receiving scrutinization from customers who are as confused and frustrated as we are. Not to mention the people coming in and telling us we have no right to tell them to wear a face covering in the first place. I can say without a waver in my confidence that every one of the supervisors in my store has been yelled at countless times by numerous people about how they cannot be suppressed into following the rules. I have experienced several occasions where people will cough on us as a twisted joke or to prove a sick point, risking our well-being and potentially, in the worst case, our lives. I have seen within my own store individuals who are cancer survivors, diabetes victims, etc., working in this setting because they can't afford to stay at home where they'd be most safe. They never signed up for a job where they would have their lives on the line when they got hired at a job that's hardly living wage and sometimes even minimum wage. Meanwhile, we are making exponentially more profit as a company than we ever have in the history of this industry. What kind of horrific joke is that? It makes my blood boil and my skin crawl to think that the company I was once so proud to call my employer is now questioning a slight and temporary compensation for a sacrifice we must all live with every day as we walk into work. On a personal level, I myself was positively diagnosed on December 27th. Once I knew it was too late, my disabled mother and clinically obese sister, who both have asthma, had already contracted it from me. I had relatively mild symptoms, but the same could not be said for both of them. They both needed to stay at a hospital to receive further treatment, and my mom didn't come back home until about a week ago. I can't say I admire the individuals at the top of this company, seeing as supporting their frontline workers is even a question, but I sure hope the respect I have is earned and not expected. I understand the point of enhanced risks in other fields, but we are expected to show up out of necessity, not out of leisure. And and the enjoyment of for the higher classes that can afford eating at restaurants or using delivery apps, with none of the compensation to show for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is the speaker with the telephone ending 764. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I thought you guys missed me. I'm like, oh no, or skip me. Hi. So my name is Alex Avila. I've been working with CVS Pharmacy in Costa Mesa for 20 years. It'll be 21 years in May. We all know that working in retail and customer service is not easy, but on top of this, to deal with this pandemic, of course, it's not fun at all whatsoever. I just wanted to real quick tell you guys my story. I take care of my parents. I live with my parents. They're high-risk patients. My dad had a triple bypass surgery not too long ago. I've been kind of dealing with everything that's going on. You know, I have my good and my bad days. I mean, you know, you try to hang in there. A lot of anxiety at moments, especially when you have to deal with patients that just don't believe in COVID and make jokes or don't want to wear their mask, and you have to keep telling them to bring a mask in. I even hand them off to them. They don't want to. We have our patients that come in because they got their second vaccine. They feel like they're in the clear, and I'm just trying to tell them, you're not in the clear. Please, you know, be respectful of others and just wear your mask, but they feel it's not necessary. Some patients come in I feel like a lot of crowds come in without masks just to like get in your face and test you a little bit, which is not cute at all, but they do that as well. So yeah, I've just been hanging in there. I wish you guys could seriously consider the support of, you know, this temporary hazard pay. I feel like we're risking our lives, all of us, every day, our health, and especially my parents, since I live with them and take care of them, and they're high risk, like I said, and they mean the world to me, of course. I had like little notes here and there, but I'm the last one, so I just kind of tired. But I did want to say my story, and it's hard, and we're all hanging in there. But basically, yeah, that's just it's our restrooms. This is out of the subject, but our restrooms are closed because of COVID. So of course, a lot of customers go in, and then that's an argument already, just because the restrooms being closed because of COVID. But mainly, it's this whole pandemic. It's been super stressful with me. We had 2 people out because they got COVID. I never did, thank God, but my 2 coworkers got COVID, and we were out 2 bodies. And we all know CVS is really shorthanded with staff. Like, that's for sure. Come on, I've been there 20 years. So every year it seems to get worse. And 2 people got COVID, 2 coworkers. So we were out 2 bodies, and we're already short-staffed as it is. So it's been super crazy. And then with the mask situation and the whole COVID thing, and every day I feel like I'm going to get exposed. I hope not. And just anxiety kicks in. Plus I live with my parents. Like I said, I take care of them. I've been with the company 20 years, 21 in May.
Thank you very
and
much.
we're just all hanging in there. Thank you. I'm sorry. I get it, but I hope you do take the time, and I know you are, but just please consider this hazard pay for all of us. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
All right. Okay. We have no other speakers with their hands raised. This will be the last call. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature on your computer, or press *9 on your telephone, and that will alert us that you would like to speak. Press *9 on your telephone, or raise your hand with the hand raise feature. Okay, seeing no hands raised, let me make sure. Okay, I'm going to close public comments, and Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to return with an ordinance for hazard pay for grocery workers.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Gameros.
I'll second that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, would you like to speak to the motion? And then Councilmember Gameros, then Councilmember Chavez.
I would. Thank you. Thanks so much for everyone who stayed up late. I know this is past my bedtime, but we appreciate all of your comments, and it's super helpful to hear from people, really on all sides of the issue, frankly. As I said earlier, the intent of this meeting was to figure out if this is something we wanted to do. This is uncharted territory for all of us. I don't think anybody a year and a half ago would have thought we were even having this conversation. I don't think most people, when they decided to work at a grocery store at a CVS, thought that they could be putting themselves in harm's way. I was in the military. I knew what I was signing up for. This is an entirely different circumstance. As for questions about the role of government, I think those are all really legitimate. But I also don't, I don't think unemployment is the right answer. I don't think the founding fathers contemplated parking tickets and shutting down illegal cannabis stores either, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that we do that is part of creating a city that is equitable and that is one where people can live and be healthy, particularly during a pandemic. So I don't know. I don't have all the answers about that specifically, but I do think of I think he was a Methodist minister, the John Wesley quote to, do all the good by all the means you can, right? And that's I'm paraphrasing, obviously it's late, but that was my motivation for wanting to pursue this, is what is the good that I think that we can do right now on behalf of the most people. And so I think this is the right thing to do. And I appreciate council kind of going along with us tonight, because it was important to make sure that if this passes, that we're doing this as a team.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Councilmember Gameros, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've thought about this quite a bit. I'm in a union, which I think most everybody knows, and we have hazard pay. We do get an increase, and we have to work in an environment that's more hazardous than what we would normally work in. But in this case, after hearing what everyone had to say and after carefully thinking about this isn't hazard pay. This is pandemic pay. We're experiencing something right now that we've never experienced. And this being brought forth isn't really considered as a solution. This is just trying to help people along that really are having a hard time. So what I would like to say is moving forward with this, consider this as something other than hazard pay. We're in a situation right now that we've never seen, and we're changing the way we live, and there's a lot of new normals. And I think $4 an hour is a really small price to pay in the long run for what not just grocery workers, but everybody's going through. And I know that I greatly appreciate the fact that, other than toilet paper, I was able to go to the store and get anything I needed, and they were there. So I'm really happy that we can afford this opportunity to the grocery workers in our community. And I would just like to say thank you. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't ask my questions to staff before because we're going to discuss things for the ordinance. So I'll just mention my questions now. I'll be voting to bring it back at a later date. I think that's appropriate, but I do think we should have more finer tuned things worked out in that ordinance. The first thing I want to ask staff is when we have an ordinance is figure out what's the size of the employer. Are we targeting all grocery workers or just the bigger chains? Is there going to be a number that sits off the hero pay, that kind of thing, right? The second thing I want to know is, are we include stores like 99-cent store, like Walmart, like Target, that may sell groceries, or is it only groceries only? I think it's very important thing to ask ourselves as we move forward with this as well. Furthermore, are we going to anticipate anything for businesses that choose to retaliate against the workers? My district, District 4, we're the more lower income, or as I say, middle class in Costa Mesa, the working class. And I know if someone loses their job because of this, that would be way worse. So are we doing anything to prohibit that? Are we preparing for anything? Things to think about. And lastly, I think this is a good starting off point. We're obviously going to discuss it later in the line. But there's something I want to include in this. Let's make it back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper.
Hi. First I want to, I have great empathy for the workers that spoke, and I would love to give them more than $4 an hour. I have empathy for my own employees that we've altered pay in some cases and done everything we can protect them and spend extra money to protect them. And we've worked throughout the pandemic because we're an essential service. And with regard to company profits, I'd love to see Amazon pay some of this. They're probably the most biggest beneficiary of everyone in this pandemic. But I want to thank specifically Wendy Leese and Hegame Abraham and Tom Paul and Ben Chapman who spoke tonight, because all combined they probably said as well as anyone what I want to say is that it's not my role to pick who wins, who pays more, who doesn't pay more. It's not our role. It's not why I was elected. If I went to my voter base and said, hey, should I pick who should get paid more and who should get paid what? They would all say no. There might be a few that say yes, but I think 95% would say no. And it's not my role, and it's not our role as a council, it's not our role as a government. And I think it has unintended consequences in that, I've seen in other areas where there's no more checkers in stores. There's self-checkout completely. It's entirely self-checkout. And that's what happens when we start tinkering with pay of workers. I made the point before when I asked questions. I'm looking at 25 occupations that in a study have been identified as riskier than grocery workers. So if that's the case, and if this council is not including those 25 occupations, then I have to look at not what people are saying, not what people are telling me, but I have to look at what motivates a council to do that. And I feel like I'm in a union negotiation with union workers, and I've got council members, you can smile. I feel like that's where I'm at. And I feel like there are council members that are catering to unions who have collected money from unions. And I hope you're not offended by that, but when I step back and look at it, because you're not trying to support the waitress or the waiter that you put out of business for months and months that beg to go back to work. For that reason, I think I just don't have respect for the direction this is heading, and I don't think this is worthy of staff time. And I have empathy for people. I have everything that I've had people die that are close to me of COVID or with COVID, and there's a differentiation. People are tagged the dying of COVID. Well, they didn't die of COVID, they had COVID. Or they had it and then they died of something else. It's a big difference. It's a big disparity in the numbers when you look at things. And I've had that happen. I have a spouse with an autoimmune disease. I have an 86-year-old mom. I have people I haven't seen. I have a daughter that lost her senior year of soccer at college because of COVID. We've all been through a lot. And I've got workers that step up every day and provide an essential service. And it required courage, and we did it, and we've done it, and we continue to do it. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I can go back to the very beginning of our meeting, if you can remember. I think it's 4+ hours ago. Pastor Hansen had actually mentioned something that struck with me, which was that we've experienced a traumatic year since this all started. And I think the plain fact is we're in a very different environment than we all imagined. And I think, as we heard from several of the grocery workers tonight, their environment is completely different as well. They experience daily hazards. Those have not abated. and they face harm. And I'm very empathetic to that. And I agree that when there's a harm, there should be some kind of remedy. So I'm going to support this motion. I think it's in our interest to try and do as much good as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. I see that as definitely being part of our role here. I would like to see what kind of ordinance staff comes back with responding to the questions that Councilmember Chavez asked. I think those are very important ones. And, this is only the beginning of the deliberation. Obviously, we all come with different perspectives to this. Mine is not ideologically driven. I want to be kind of practical, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we're being compassionate and helpful to our community. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds? You're on mute.
Okay. I think that's my third time today. It's a bad day for me and the mute button. I also appreciate Mayor Foley and Mayor Pro Tem Mar for bringing this forward. I'll admit I came into this meeting sort of really uncertain, raising all of the questions that we've heard raised today among our council and the public. And I'm going to support the motion. I do think it is something worth digging into, and this question of role of government, and I've been thinking about that through this call. And I think of us as we were elected by people in our city to represent people in our city, to protect those people, to protect their property, and to support a quality of life, right? And we sort of define what that quality of life is, and I think this the ability to work in safe conditions and to be sort of protected through that does fall in that realm. And I do, we do quite a bit of regulation of businesses. As we know, we set rules on how tall they can be and how far from the street they can be, and all of those rules are designed, or many of those rules are designed to sort of reflect what we want to see in Costa Mesa, in our built environment, and otherwise. And so because of that, I do feel like this is sort of can be within our realm. Is we have a right to say to businesses, if you want to have a business in Costa Mesa, we want you to operate in a certain way. We want you to operate with respect and professionalism. Even at the beginning of this meeting, we talked about upkeep of your lots, keeping your facilities clean and looking nice. And I think in a pandemic, being a city that says to its businesses, we want businesses that take care of our residents is a place I like to be as a city. So because of that, I do think that it's worth us looking into this further. And I appreciate Councilmember Chavez's comments about things we need to be considering as we craft an ordinance around this. So thank you to all of the feedback we've gotten. I'm sure we'll get a lot more over the next until this comes back to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. And thank you all for the thoughtful discussion. And, I'll be supporting the motion. I do want to point out that maybe Councilmember Harper can share whatever the study is, because I'm not familiar with the study that he's referring to, but the OSHA worker exposure risk indicates that it's high exposure, of course, those types that we would expect, healthcare, mortuary workers, medical transport, etc. Medium exposure are jobs that require frequent, close contact with people who may be infected, but who are not known or suspected patients. And workers in that category include those who may have contact with the general public. High volume retail settings is included in that. So I do think that there's certainly evidence that there are high exposures that would justify I know that in all of my every month, so many conference calls and Zoom meetings and briefings by John Hopkins and Harvard and the county health officer, etc. There's so much discussed about the need for wearing a mask. And what I heard tonight, which was really so frustrating, is that most of the complaints about the risk and the concern for their lives and their health and their family members was because their employers are not enforcing the mask rules. And to me, that's justification enough to require hazard pay, because failing to support the mask rules, a simple way to eliminate the spread, or at least mitigate and reduce the spread, not enforcing it and putting your workers at risk, to me is just, it's reckless and it's irresponsible. And it's why we have such a community spread. So I will be supporting the motion. I do think that a lot of the questions that were raised are important. I think that there needs to be clarification that this is not related to union grocers only. This is related to similarly to what Irvine proposed in terms of the number of employees, and we're not looking at union grocers only. So I do think that that's important to clarify that. My motivation has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with people and protecting people, caring for people. It's the same motivation I have when I advocated vigorously to give grants to our small businesses. It's for the same reasons, because I care about people and I care about how this pandemic has just destroyed people's lives, and to help them a little bit for a temporary period of time. Let's not forget, this is a temporary solution, I think is really the least that we can do. So, and we heard earlier at the start of the meeting, when celebrating Women's History Month, how Women's History Month was actually started because women were protesting at the factories over their working conditions. So I think it's fitting that we end the night with listening to people concerned about their working conditions. And so I'll be supporting the motion, and I look forward to hearing the information come back forward. I have 3 hands raised. I'm not sure if they're left over or they're new. They're left over. Okay.
No, sorry, mine's new.
Okay.
If I've got one question that I thought was important, so my apologies, Mayor Foley. Very eloquent ending to the discussion, but I was going to ask that.
That's enough for me, Councilmember.
It's a bit late. My apologies there, but I did want to ask one thing as well. To staff along my first questions. We should also look at ways if a grocer, like example, Trader Joe's has already been giving $4 over to the workers, that we don't add on to them, but perhaps like do like an addition, like if someone's at 2, then only at $2, something like that. Sorry.
I think that's a fair suggestion. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Harper.
I'm still here. Thank you, Mayor Foley. Mayor Foley, I appreciate what OSHA did and what OSHA thinks. And I think through this pandemic, we didn't know a lot of things early on. We know more now. We know, and I'm looking at a study that saying we're not catering to the people that need it the most. We're
What's the name
catering
of the study? Can you tell
to the
us?
University of California, San Francisco study dated January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, maybe you can email it.
And I'll get it to you. I'll be happy to get it to you.
And I don't think what we're saying is that restaurant workers are not being impacted by COVID. No one's saying that. But restaurant workers, it's just a different issue. And it also is.
No, it isn't a different issue. It's the same issue. It's us picking certain industries. How is it not? how is it not us picking it? And we're not necessarily picking the highest risk industries. So it makes me question the motivation. I apologize for doing that, but I have to step back and look at. I have to step back and I'm not. I could finish. I have to step back and look at what we're doing, and I have a hard time ever, dictating. I own a business. I have enough government regulation. I have enough government regulation in California, and it's why people are exiting California. When government starts imposing rules, they have unintended consequences, and I don't think they're healthy, and I don't think it's smart, and I don't think it's our role, and I'd be hard pressed to be convinced why it is. It's borderline a different country. This is in our country, so it's very bothersome. Empathetic is all. I've done a lot for my employees, a lot of extra things, and businesses that do those things, I think, do better when government steps in and starts imposing their rules. I just don't think it's right. So I'll leave it at that, and that's all.
All right, thank you. We will close the meeting tonight. Oh, well, we have to vote. Sorry, we have to vote. Ms. Green, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gamarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have no other items on our agenda. Council members, are there any other comments, reports, or suggestions that anyone wishes to make? Please raise your hand with the hand raised so I can call on you. Councilmember Harper, is that left over? Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Just want to encourage people to go visit the Rose River Memorial at the OCMA. It's up now through March 7th. And just as a reminder, this is a memorial honoring those who have died from COVID. And it's a sort of a community collaboration. It has many roses that were made by members of our community. So I encourage you to go visit it.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any other last minute comments? None? Okay, Dane or Ms. Green, did you have there we go. All right, we're gonna close the meeting in honor of Mike Baker and Art Goddard. Thank you, Mr. Goddard, for all that you gave to the city of Costa Mesa. Your presence, your volunteerism, and your commitment to community will not be forgotten. Good night, everybody.